What's up, watchers? Magnus here, and today we're finally back with Return of the Blossoming Blade. Season 2, episode 109, or just 109. If you want more content, there's always Patreon and YouTube members. And yeah, let's freaking go, isn't it right? And by the way, tell me if it's like lagging. I think my internet is a bit worse than usual, but hey, hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. The ceiling. It's starting to collapse. Get the hell away from the walls, all of you! We are about to be hit with the aftershock! Holy shit. Right, underground. Now I remember. Changyang! Curses! It's caving in! Damn you, mortal physician! If you're going to design a lethal trap, at least make sure it works properly! No, just stand there, you fools! Help me keep the ceiling propped up. Propped up. Use up every last bit of your true innate chi if you have to. Everything. Give it all. You won't kill me that easily. Vanita. In Gaiabag's name, I will not die in this wretched place. Hold, you bastards. Return of the Blossoming Blade. Art adaptation by Lyco. Original story by Bega. Episode 109. I mean, we are live, right? I think we're live at least. Should be working. What a curious affair. Not only was the sleepy county of Nanyang suddenly bustling with martial artists from all over. The Mount Hua disciples left the Huayang sect in a rush, as if they knew something we didn't. What could have pushed them to leave in such a hurry? Over there, sect leader. Boy. I tell you, I've never seen such a shameless scoundrel in all my years. What kind of devious weasel destroys the gate right behind him as soon as he jumps in? A smart one. The gateway is destroyed, you say? Are you saying that someone jumped willingly into the sinkhole? What's it to you? Oh, pardon me, sirs. I am the leader of the Huayang sect. The ground's sinking beneath our feet. Get the hell out of here if you want to live. Run! What on earth? Oh, by the way, if you have any comments on the new thumbnails, I would like to know. I think they look good. I think they look way better than the old style. But I would like to know what you guys think. What on earth? Huh? Well, I'll be... I thought there was nothing with the sword crypt down there. Does that mean the crypt's caved in on itself? But then what about the divine weapons? Divine weapons be damned. Every last one of those fools who leaped in after Wudong was probably just crushed to death. Not even those Mount Hua freaks could have survived that. Father. It cannot be. I refuse to accept it. They were destined for greater things than to perish pointlessly in some fool's errand. The blame is mine to bear. I should have made them see reason. Not now. Not when the future of Mount Hua had only just begun to brighten. Answer me, blessed dragon of Mount Hua. You promised me you would help the Huayang sect stand once more. How can you abandon us so soon? After all but vowing to bear the future of Mount Hua on your own two shoulders. Father, they might still be alive down there, awaiting rescue. Swang. So long. So, we cannot abandon hope now. Not while we still have hands to dig. I mean, true, but at the same time, so far down. I fear all hope is lost. No one could have survived such immense earthfall. I know full well the weight of your despair, but you must compose yourself. Good riddance, I say. It's better they all die down there than hog the treasure all to themselves. If those haughty Wudang hermits got crushed into paste with the other morons who scurried after them, that's their business, huh? You animals! Let them be, my son. But father! Such is the way of the martial arts realm. A cold, unfeeling place. Sear it into your mind, into your skin. This is how you will have to live if you want to accomplish anything. Where countless multitudes delight in the misfortunes of others and deride their good fortunes. Those who have gathered here have already proven themselves more than willing to kill and maim for the promise of divine weapons. Up here, there are none who have the heart to mourn the demise of those below. You disgrace yourself with your words. Good riddance, you say. How dare you speak so callously about those who may have died? No one with a beating heart would say something so cruel. What the heck is he mewling about? Stand down, young pup, or your tongue will be the death of you yet. What did you call me? I am Rip San Wei, the leader of the Wyong sect. Wyong? Can't say I've ever heard of it. If your business here is done, I must ask that you turn back. The people of Nanyang live in fear of all the martial artists who have flocked here. Yet more sanctimonious nonsense. Who are you to tell us what to do, or where to go, eh? What right does the leader of some tiny, irrelevant sect have to order us about? I will not tolerate your insults against the dead. Be gone at once. I've resisted every urge to tear that unsightly smirk off your face until now. Unsightly smirk off your face until now. But no more. He must have a death wish to run his mouth so freely. Have a care? I suppose he hasn't kinfolk buried under all that dirt. And unless you wish to join them momentarily, you really ought to stop wagging that tongue of yours. I say this for your own sake. As you can see, we're all rather on edge for being denied the treasure we sought. The least I can do for those who gave their lives, feeble as I am, is to ensure that no more insults will besmirch the name of those who died in the sword crypt. There can be no better way to appease the spirits of the Mount Hua disciples than to defend their honor in death. Father, do not stop me, Soang. I have endured more than I can take. I will not allow their boorish words to stand unchallenged, not while I still draw breath. It's not that, Father. Look behind you, huh? An arm. The dead rise again. Chongmyong statue. Of course it's freaking Chongmyong. You're just like, oh, finally! That's it. No more damn treasure hunts. I'm gone. I'm done. Who fucking needs divine weapons anyway? I got my face. I got these arms. Young Master Chongmyong. Oh, for fuck's sake. Immortal physician. That sly old dog. I swear. Brother sect leader, if you don't beat some sense into him in heaven. Master Chongmyong, praise the heavens you're alive, huh? And the rest of you, you all made it back. Fuck me. To think I would be so glad to see the sun once more. Seriously, dudes, we don't have any weapons. It was fake. Huh? That's uncanny. I was just hoping to find some heads to bust open after all the bollocks. Bullshit. After all the bullshit we just went through. Oh my god. Yeah, boy. Let's have some fun, shall we? Can't freaking wait, eh? Can't freaking wait, eh? Eh? Oh, I mean, internet not the best today for some reason, but I mean, it's okay, I guess. Are we lagging, by the way? Are anyone able to comment? I see 7 people are at least watching. So. There's little honor to be found among grave robbers, and the age-old maxim of finders, keepers is mere wishful thinking, where treasure is concerned. The way they claw their way out of that pit of collapsed rubble, I doubt they came up empty-handed. The divine weapons are most certainly in their possession, especially when it can be just as easily pried from cold, dead hands. There is a reason we went in there before you, you know, because we're stronger than you. You might think we're tired. Might be true. Maybe. Masters, I salute your safe return. One and all. One and all. Once and for all. One. Elder Hyosan of the Wudang sect, I presume. I don't believe we are as of yet acquainted. Sa Hong Dan, the Thunderbolt Spear. Last I heard, he was based in Zhejiang these days. He's come a long way for nothing. That blubbermouth beggar. The less Wudang know of my presence here, the better. It's an honor, I'm sure, Master Dan. The honor is mine, Elder. But if I may ask, what became of the divine weapons in the sword crypt? Your hands seem rather light for a band of treasure hunters, returning with glory and riches. Is it not plain to see? We found neither below. You mean to tell me that you barely made it out alive with not a single divine weapon to show for it? There is naught that remains under our feet that could be called divine. What meager arms we found were hunks of rot and rust, rendered useless after 2 centuries of neglect. Even if we had brought them back to see the light of day, you would have been sorely disappointed with the whole, Master Dan. Huh. And the disappointment is shared by us all. That said, Elder Hyosan, as you know, this realm is a treacherous place, and I'm afraid I cannot afford to be so trusting as to take you at your word. Strip. Oh? And how do you propose we assuage your suspicions? Assuage? I've never heard that word before. Simple. Allow us to search your person so that we may let you pass in peace. How about I strip naked instead? Show you my eyes, you piece of shit. You dare speak of honor? A search, you say. The man's greed speaks on his behalf. The unspoken code of honor will be damned. What he demands of us is not some polite courtesy to be taken lightly at the best of times. After all, no martial artist would be eager to surrender one's body to the mercy of a stranger. And if we refuse, well then, come, Elder Hyosan. Even you must admit the odds are not exactly stacked in your favor at the moment. How do you suppose you'll fare against a host of fresh adversaries when you're barely still standing from your ordeal? If you value your life and those of your disciples, why do I feel like Chogma's going to just take them himself? It's like, hey, I'ma bust some heads. I'ma keep busting them heads. It would be wise to surrender whatever scraps you scavenge from the crypt. We didn't scavenge shit. You have my word. We'll spare whomever. Yeah, the Chongmyung ain't gonna listen no more. Shut the fuck up! I'm tired of listening to your drivel! Ah! Did he just cock him? Did he just kick him in the nuts? My dude just got kicked in the nuts. He just crushed them balls, didn't he? Shut up! If it's the divine weapons you want, then why didn't you just say so? I'll give them to you. In fact, I'll save the trouble and show you exactly where they are. They're all yours. Chogma's gonna like dig him down. I'll show you. I'll bury you right next to them. Help! Anybody else keen to join the treasure hunt? Don't be shy. Step right up. Come on. I know you want to. Heed me, all of you. I swear upon the Tao and Wudang's good name. We escaped the sword crypt with nothing but the clothes on our backs. We scoured the tomb to the end of its depths, only to find no trace of the boons you covet. I mean, at least say that you found a lot of weapons. They were just too old. They were just rusty. And basically fell apart as we saw them. Perhaps a few of the discarded arms are ones divine in nature. Yeah, here we go. But there is no way they could have endured the cavern's collapse. Those of you left undeterred are welcome to pick up a shovel and dig as far down as you like. It'll take untold years, but you might find a rusted piece of scrap or two one day. But why should we believe anything you say? Trust your own eyes then. Do you see where we might be hiding a cache of weapons in our robes? Like, this is the sort I went with, you know? Come on! You think I hid it up my... Nah, I wouldn't do that. My offer still stands. If you'd rather go down there yourselves... Well, come one, come all. We haven't got all day. Enough of this. Let us turn back. Oh, come on. That's disappointing. I just want to buy and bust some heads. What a fool's errand this was. Vultures. A lot of them. Young master. I am grateful. My disciples and I owe you our lives. Without your wisdom and discernment, we would all have been in grave danger. Grave danger? You would be buried alive and dead. Say it the right way. Don't mention it. You should know by now that I'm not one for high-minded heroics. And after all that, nothing. Maybe the real treasure was the heads we busted along the way. Isn't that right? Now, with your leave, I shall lead our disciples back to Wudan. Uh-huh. In the end, I suppose this entire affair was but a folly of worldly greed. We lost sight of the abundant blessings we already possess, and chased riches that we did not deserve. It would be arrogant of me to deny that we suffered our just deserts. Spoken like a true Taoist hermit. On that note, have you reconsidered my proposal? Nope. Nope, thanks, but no thanks. Nope, thank you, but no thanks. I'm a disciple of Mount Hua, through and through. Of course, I expected as much. Then you may be destined for greater things than I ever imagined, young master. Of course. Sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, you mean? That's certainly one way to put it. By the Tao. Either way, Wudang shall watch Mount Hua with great interest. Let us pray that our swords will not come to clash once more. Farewell then. Yeah, he did not want a piece of Chungmyeon. Ah, the Ragnaros. No lag for now. Oh wait, does that mean it has been lagging? Oh no. That is horrible if it has been. Ow. I mean, my internet is not the best at the moment for some weird ass reason, but it should be working. I mean, it looks fine for me, for the reading at least. Master Blessed Dragon. We'll never make it back to Luoyang in this state without the hospitality of a generous host. Say, the Wyong Sect, for instance? Shameless as always, I see. Come now, have a heart. Is that too much to ask from a comrade of the Sword Crypt? Why, we'd be delighted to host the heroes of the Gaibang Sect. Please, you must join us. We'll serve our finest liquor and food to celebrate your safe return tonight. It was fine, I think. Okay, that's good. That's good news. Liquor and food. So what do you guys think about the new thumbnail, eh? You like the new style? Thank you kindly, Sect leader. Seems our search was ultimately fruitless. Yep, turns out we are the butt of some deranged old coot's 200-year-old prank, I tell you. I'm this close to losing it entirely. Let's go. There's nothing for it but a stiff drink and a good night's sleep. I've been meaning to ask, is liquor not against our sect tenets? So, said a no. Well, perhaps just one drink. Yeah, just one. Is that against what we stand for? One drink. Okay, it's fine. Again! Oh! How many times must I tell you? Chungmyeon, you're not to raise your hand against your sect brothers. Oh! Will you not listen? I'm telling you, it was those buffoons who started it. No amount of buffoonery will excuse what you've done. I mean, there was like 4 against 1 here. How is that fair anyway? In fact, there's hardly a soul left in Mount Hua you have yet to terrorize. It's not just your fellow sect brothers either. Even our youngest trainees know enough to cower from the mere sight of you. Damn it. They're the ones who always come crying to me when anybody lays a finger on them. Those ungrateful little twerps. Follow me, Changmyung. I like to speak with you in private. Fine. Whatever. Stupid. I'm gonna throw you off. What? See if you can fly. Changmyung, what does Mount Hua mean to you? Is that a trick question, or are we in the business of philosophizing like those Wudang hermits now? Then I shall phrase it another way. What is the true nature of a martial arts sect? The nature of a sect? Well, if you ask me, I suppose it's just what happens when every oddball who can't stand being around other people decides to hide away in the mountains to seek enlightenment or whatever. Am I truly so out of touch? No, it is the world that is wronged. To the mountains we go! Then, as these misfits gathered together one by one, they began to build themselves a training hall or two, until they eventually came to fancy themselves as something greater than a band of antisocial oddballs and took up the name of Mount Hua. So we are just like loners, basically. Outcasts. Now that I've found others of a like mind, I won't have to listen to anyone else ever again! Isn't that right? Does that just about sum it up? I mean, indeed, that's certainly one way to interpret our sect's origins. Just a lot of oddballs, I tell you. The truth hurts, huh? You know you're a part of it, right, Changmyung? Perhaps, but there's much more to it than that. Changmyung. Yes, senior brother? No human life can be eternal. Even a child knows that. And yet, here I am. You were gifted by the heavens at birth. Across the entirety of Mount Hua, or possibly in our sect's entire history, one would be hard-pressed to find a prodigy with sheer natural talent equal to yours. But that's where it ends. You are a disgrace, Changmyung. Like, you may become powerful beyond our wildest imagination. Yes. But ultimately, what will that change? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. What are you going to use the powerful? Take over the world. There are bound to be obstacles even you cannot overcome by your might alone, and heights you cannot reach by yourself. Do you think that our sect's founder would be remembered to this day if he had chosen to stay alone, recluse without gathering our predecessors here at Mount Hua? Then what would have become of his will, the philosophy of martial art that he cultivated? Here we go again. Not that I don't comprehend your meaning, brother, but who's to say that I have to be so lofty in my goals? Yeah, he doesn't care. I'd be content enough to live a good life until I pass on to the next. What use would I have for a legacy? Spoken like a man who has yet to discover his heart's desire. My heart's desire. There will come a day when you two yearn for something beyond yourself. You sure about that? Doesn't happen to everyone. For your brothers and sisters of the sect, not to mention your countless juniors to come, to carry the torch of your spirit and pass on your teachings for generations. I'm actually teaching them. It was no trick question, Changmyung. That's what a sect is. Sup, Hilario. Are you actually new? Welcome. Welcome, Hilario. There is more to our existence than living a good life, be it alone or with others. What truly matters is to leave our mark so that our spirit will live on for the good of this world. I don't know about all that. Yes, I suppose it's not an easy concept to grasp. But if there's one thing you ought to take away from this, it's that you cannot always act as willfully as you did today. This path you walk will not serve you well in the end. That is why I urge you time and time again to turn your gaze toward your sect siblings. Because a lot of people that are not new just says they're new. One called Cringe just makes lots of accounts and fakes himself being new. But yeah, welcome. Just, no problem. No doubt every last one of them is lacking by all measures in your eyes. And by the way, I have lots on this channel. Lots of Return of the Blossoming Blade all the way to chapter 1. Also an insane amount of webtoon series, and also lots and lots of other series on Patreon and YouTube members as well. Only there, whatever. In fact, no doubt every last one of them is lacking well measures in your eyes. In fact, I suspect that I myself am only a talentless ignoramus from where you stand. Ignoramus? Even so, heed me when I say that this band of so-called misfits will become as precious to you as... Nah, let me just make one thing clear, senior brother. While it's true that my sect brothers and sisters are a bunch of useless buffoons, I've never once thought of you that way. Chugmyung, do you know what we must fear above all else in this world? You're nagging. Rules. No more alcohol. Regret. Huh. It isn't the thought of you being ostracized by your peers that keeps me up at night, but the fear that you'll one day come to regret isolating yourself like this. And the moment you come to that realization, it'll be too late. You'll find the depth and weight of your regret many times heavier than most. That's what he felt when the entire Mount Hua sect was destroyed. Or basically, entire thing. A dream. I don't recall ever dreaming of my past life like this before. You may not understand me now, but mark my words for my sake. For my sake, if not else, one day it'll help to lighten the load of the burden you must bear. A familiar face, one that I had not seen for so long. But why now of all times? What is it that you're trying to tell me from that distant lifetime, senior brother? So every time there's someone new, actually cringe. It's impossible. God damn it! You called me Viking streamer. Frickety damn it. Did you seriously make another account? Did you seriously just make another account? It's an infuriatingly sunny, clear day. Damn it all! We were supposed to return triumphant with the primordial panacea in hand. Is this why you told me not to beat on my sect siblings, senior brother? Curse you! I never thought I'd pay for the misdeeds of my past life quite like this. Who are you talking to? We are all your senior brothers here. It's been days already, Jungmyung. Perhaps it's time you let it go. No! I will have the primordial panacea. Our return may not be as triumphant as we'd like, but it will be welcome nonetheless. Come. Mount Hua awaits us. Huh. You say so. Indeed, blessed dragon. Let us march back proudly, hand in hand. I'm good. For that matter, what are you still doing here? I thought you wanted a roof over your head for one night, not for days on end. Huh? Oh. Well, you see, I'm homeless. Beggar sect, remember. I'm afraid I have yet to recover fully from our ordeal. From the hangover, more like it. As for the ordeal he speaks of, one would think he is some selfless hero of the beggar sect who bravely dragged us out from the crypt. In any case, I Dagwang Hong, the cell leader of Luyang, and the 7-knot beggar of the Gaibang sect, hereby formally present Mount Hua with the deepest gratitude of our sect for your aid in the incident at the Sword Crypt. We may be beggars, but we will not neglect to repay this act of kindness. Beggar sect, like, it just doesn't sound good. You're quite welcome. Now leave. Remember that time I chatted a long time ago, the time you were enjoying the monocle the gamer? I chatted that I'm going to do it until Senpai. Of course. And if I may, young master, I suggest you take caution at every turn from now on. What? Why? Like it or not, the word of your deeds down below will soon ring out across the entire realm. Given that martial artists from all over witnessed your valor with their own eyes. In the 2 years since the Hua Song contest, the name of the blessed dragon of Mount Hua may have faded from recent memory, but it will soon rise to the fore once more. I'm sure I need to tell you that renown in the world of martial artists comes at a price. Renown. Take caution. I'm always new. Sabava. Your fame will regret envy and ambition among others. Your fame will beget. I was like, regret? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Your fame will beget envy and ambition among others, who might then seek to lay claim to your reputation through violent means. Well, that was a flowery pot of obvious. That it is. I don't doubt you'll fare just fine without my advice. On a more practical note, we'll soon start sending a beggar to Mount Hua's gates on the regular. You will? But why? We're not in the business of charity at Mount Hua. Charity. That's for us to judge and for you to cough up. What the fuck? We don't give away money. I don't think you know what kind of person is controlling our treasury. He won't give you shit. We also plan to re-establish the Hawaiian cell that we once withdrew from the prefecture. Whenever Mount Hua has need of our information, you need only to speak with our disciples right on your doorstep. Let me guess, you'll peddle your information while selling ours to others in turn. Ha! As astute as ever. Again, beggars we may be, but Gaibang is no charity either. Either way, this can only be favorable for Mount Hua. Buried deep amid the mountain peaks, and struggling for coin, our sect has long been cut off from news of the outside world. Gaibang's vast network could solve our earth of knowledge in one. Solve our dearth, not earth. Dearth of knowledge in one. God damn. There's so many old English words here. Like, damn. It's no minor achievement to re-establish our dealings with the beggar sect, after our ties were essentially severed with our fall from grace among the 10 great sects. Fine. Just make sure you send your smartest beggars to the Hawaiian branch. There's a whole lot we need to ask of them. And while you're at it, have a few of your bums stay in Nanyang to help our brothers of the Wyong sect. It would be helpful to have them act as messengers between our sects. Very well. Consider it done. I suppose this wild goose chase wasn't completely fruitless then. Once the sect leader finds out, he'll be driven to tears of joy, most likely. Praise be to Mount Hua! Yeah, but whatever. Oh, and don't you dare forget your promise. Oh, what promise? I don't know what you mean. That uppity trainee beggar. I want him sent to Mount Hua on a silver platter. Certainly. I'm sure that can be arranged. Young Master Chungmyang, can I go with you? What is it? Do you want to go with him? It saddens me to see you leave so soon. I guess not. There are worse things to be sad about. Besides, we'll see plenty of each other going forward. If I may be so bold. Do you think that I, too, could be a disciple of the main sect one day? Yeah, he's gonna try. Absolutely not. You, my friend, will be the sect leader of Wyong someday. Oh, yeah. I suppose you're right. That said, you will be more than welcome to come and train with us at the sect headquarters. At Mount Hua, disciples of our cadet sect are equal to those of the main sect. Guys, remember my first time streaming where he still has the Norwegian accent. What? I had Norwegian accent before? I think it's pretty similar to how it was. Has it changed? Has it changed that much? At Mount Hua, disciples of our cadet sects are equal! For instance, Brother Jogol over there also dreams of leaving Mount Hua one day and inheriting his family's sect. Is that so, Senior Brother Jogo? What are you saying? Nothing's been decided yet. For now, I believe your father needs you more than we do. Since he's pledged to support Mount Hua in its future endeavors, I should think he'll have his fill of official duties and then some. And I shall do my best at his side. Young masters, would that I could... Would if I could! I would contribute if I could. I would contribute more to your travel expenses for the long... Would that I could. Would that... Young masters, would that I could contribute more to your travel expenses for the long journey back. Is he saying that he would like to help them with the money, but he doesn't have any money to help them with? Say no more. We appreciate the thought. Yeah, we appreciate the thought. But I think we'll be just fine. Oh yeah, he took all the... Whoa. Now then. Safe travels to you all. Farewell, and thank you for your hospitality. Like, this is what pisses me off with webtoons sometimes. Have some goddamn proofreaders. Most of it is fine, but like sometimes it just doesn't make sense what you're reading. And when you're reading something that doesn't make sense, just like something's wrong here, and you change that word over there, and you change that word. Oh, now it makes sense. And you add something. Oh, now it makes more sense. There they go, Father. Indeed, the place feels empty already. Much has changed of Mount Hua, as we know it. One day, the names of these young masters will be as revered as that of Mount Hua across the realm. If it weren't for that, I couldn't like keep it up on the channel. I would rather be reading on Asura, or pretty much a fan translation, because they're better. Fan translations are mostly better. Just saying. Get your shit together, webtoon. Let's head inside, son. There's much to be done. Yeah, my non-English ass is struggling sometimes. I mean, I get it, because webtoon's translation is horrendous sometimes. And I'm not saying this is horrendous. It's just like sometimes it just doesn't make sense. Their sentences doesn't make sense. We'll have to work tirelessly if we are to fulfill even half the talks the main sect has given us. Yes, Father. How odd that the whole of Nanyang seems deserted now. I'm told authorities forbade any more outsiders from entering in light of the recent commotion. I imagine the place feels even emptier considering it was always a minor city with a modest population. Or perhaps it's the emptiness of our hands that adds to the feeling. I wouldn't say we are returning entirely empty-handed. Not only have we managed to resolve the dilemma that's been pestering Wayang, we laid a bridge towards favorable ties with Gaibang. We even bolstered our sect's reputation by holding our own in a fight against Wudang. What more could we ask for? Primordial. Panacea. Primordial. Panacea. We didn't need that. You're not wrong about that, but the less we grumble, the sooner we'll be out of Narnia. Immortal Confrontation! You devious piece of cobwebbed skeleton! Besides, I see no other way of calming him down than to get him far away from here. Agreed. Agreed. But one thing puzzles me. Why do you suppose the so-called immortal physician became the Phantom Sword Thief? Remember that time where he has his gothic face, and that time where he butchered any Chinese letters? Time where he screeches at his people? I don't remember that. I sense there's more to the tale. You've said as much before. What? How should I know why that big fraud decided to go around busting heads and collecting swords in his old age? It's probably the same reason why he set all those traps down there. Just to fuck with us! Just for fun! I mean, he had a good reason to assume a false identity, didn't he? He was known as a doctor and a sage, so he couldn't exactly rob people in broad daylight. As the Phantom Sword Thief, he must have beat and stole from countless masters of the day across almost every sect you can name. The whole world would have condemned him if he had done all that in the name of the immortal physician, not to mention try to take revenge. Of course, that much surely goes without saying. Something is amiss. What I feel like Chongman is going to like destroy that pearl he has, and just like primordial panacea. And not just one, the recipe. I feel that alone does not explain his motivation in its entirety. I'm not convinced the tale adds up. He went as far as to concoct a pseudonym to steal swords. And yet he clearly wasn't attached to them, seeing as how he ultimately destroyed every last one of those so-called divine weapons in his own grave. I suspect there's a reason why he began to steal the swords in the first place. I don't know what you mean. This entire affair from start to finish defies logic. True enough, the immortal physician showed no love for the divine weapons themselves, nor did he seem to covet the title of the greatest master of the realm. Looking back, it was almost as if his misdeeds as a phantom sword thief were nothing but meaningless folly to pass the time. Bro, he's Chungmyeong. Chungmyeong's just like, wait a second, it does... Oh my god, that was me. Why would he go to such extraordinary lengths just to fuck with people? Why wouldn't he? It sounds funny. Perhaps he had no particular reason for what he did. What if he was simply acting out of spite? You must enlighten us, sister. Yo, this is going to sound like Chungmyeong. This is going to sound like Chungmyeong. The immortal physician was a doctor, correct? Imagine he dedicated his entire life to saving people's lives. If I was a man of such a disposition, I too would grow weary with spite. Seeing martial artists take up the sword to slaughter each other with reckless abandon. Oh, right, stealing their weapons so they can't fight. How could I not hate them when every life saved would mean another life lost? You mean to tell me this entire affair was but a product of mere spite? Then why build the sword crypt at all? Ah shit, he wanted people to go after the divine treasures and die. To warn us. Perhaps it was a message of warning. He donned the mask of the phantom sword thief and challenged the realm to see sense. One moment, Sinner Sister. What about the secrets of his medicines? Why were they lost when the immortal physician is known to have taken apprentices of his own? From what I gather, the immortal physician refused to pass on the recipe for the primordial panacea to his disciples. He deemed them all unworthy by his own measure. The more we learn about the man, the stranger he seems. In the end, could it be that this was nothing but the whim of a resentful old man? The primordial panacea. The meaning of a sect. Yo, is Chungmyeong figuring something out? Chungmyeong? The immortal physician. Primordial panacea. Martial arts sect. The phantom sword thief. The secret recipe. Disciples. Immortal physician, primordial panacea, martial arts sect, phantom sword thief, secret recipe, disciples, a test, or a trial. To continue to leave behind, to test, to continue to leave behind to test. He was testing us. To continue to leave behind to test. Chungmyeong, a process, a legacy. And a trial. Yeah, he's going back. A process, a legacy, and a trial. Chungmyeong, what's... Shh, quiet. Let us follow him in silence. Understood this inner brother. They're just like, yeah, we gotta trust this crazy asshole. This crazy devil. A process, a legacy, and a trial. A process, a legacy, and a trial. There it is. He's pieced something together. What secrets have you figured out, you unruly savant? We're going back to the crypt. A process, a legacy, and a trial. A process, a legacy, and a trial. A process, a legacy, and a trial. I don't get why people say like this is going slow. Like the arcs are slow. I don't think this arc is slow at all. I think we're building character. The moral decision and the phantom sword thief. And something is always happening as well. Primordial panacea pellets, his apprentices. A sect martial arts sect. Immortal physician, phantom sword thief. Primordial panacea disciples. Immortal physician, his sect and disciples. Think, Chungmyeong, put your brain to work. What did I hope to gain? The primordial panacea and its recipe. And where did I go to find it? The sword crypt, the final resting place of the phantom sword thief. fuck. You wouldn't go to the sword crypt to find the primordial panacea. You would go because this is more about martial art, and he doesn't want to help people. He doesn't want to help the martial artists. He doesn't want to help them get the divine of weapons. So we need to find a different crypt. We need to find the crypt of medicine, of healing. This was a journey of contradictions from the start. Although the immortal physician denied that he was ever the phantom sword thief, the latter left a trail of clues that his tomb enshrined the recipe for the former's primordial panacea. Our first mistake was failing to make sense of what that incongruity implied. If the immortal physician had truly deemed the phantom sword thief as merely an aspect of himself, he would not have gone to such lengths to deny his alter ego. Nor would he have let the phantom sword thief's tomb be known to the world through the tale of the sword crypt. In other words, the immortal physician would not have left his legacy in the sword crypt, had he wished to be remembered as the doctor sage and not as the belligerent duelist. Then how am I to trace the footsteps of the immortal physician as opposed to the phantom sword thief? Where will this lone path lead? Say, is there anything special about that mountain over yonder? Which one? Oh, you mean Fortitude Peak? Yo, the only reason he's about to figure this out is because he figured it out in his past. Are you kidding me? Oh no, oh, I thought it was his past. It wasn't his past. Just now. Anything special? Legend has it that an immense calamity long ago buried every trail up to its summit in a landslide. Well, apart from one, that is. Hey, you sly fucks, you tricked me into giving away free information! The one path left with no trees to give it shade. All those who ascend Fortitude Peak must follow this trail. Past the gateway to the sword crypt. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Maybe. Hate watch. I'm not gonna hate watch the bridge version. I just did something to see if it will work to get a little bit of clickbait. Because I freaking hate sword art or the Alfheim arc, and Gungale was fine, I guess, but not that good. I basically hate that they went out of Aincrad. I hate that they left Aincrad way too early. A path up a pathless peak. A contrast as stark as light and day. Those who stray from the path have no hope of reaching this place, and only those who follow the true path will find their destination. Changmyo, has something occurred to you by any chance? Senior brother, what did we all do upon discovering the sword crypt? What did we do? We jumped in? Well, I suppose we rushed in with all haste. How? I'm not certain I catch your meaning. We carved open the entrance and leaped down, of course. You weren't supposed to carve it open. We opened the gate and entered. Entrance. A word of abundant symbolism, to be sure. The entrance to the sword crypt bore an image of crossed blades. This was not the way we were supposed to open it. Why does the emblem symbolize the path of martial artists? Then the gate is a symbol of one's entrance into the path of martial arts. And what lay beyond it? A long and ever narrowing path, laden with deadly traps and snares. I know, that's how I feel about your training. Exactly. To train oneself is akin to walking down a narrowing trail. We all start a journey down the same open road, but as it starts to tighten around us, some of us begin to fall behind one by one. Only those who persevere may continue the journey. How plain it seems in hindsight. Then there was but one purpose to the sword crypt. It's a representation of the process in which a disciple enters the path of martial arts and hones their skills as a martial artist. But what of the branching paths along the way? The path of martial arts is much the same. Even trainees who join a sect at the exact same time may choose diverging paths that align with their predisposition. And yet all divergent paths ultimately converge into one. That is to say, we may all walk a different path, but then come together in service, a cause that's greater than ourselves. just as the feuding factions down in the Sword Crypt banded together in the same vast cavern. Fleeing a night endless tunnel filled with white and myriad dangers. Innate darkness of the heart. The crypt's dangers symbolize the crisis that comes to us all before we complete our training. And what about the cliff we face at the end? Why climb up all that way when we've already overcome the darkness of the heart? They say the way of enlightenment is a steep ascent towards the heavens. Now I see the true meaning hidden behind the Sword Crypt. At the cliff's summit, the dazzling ray of light from above signifies the completion of one's training. The Taoists call it heavenly ascension, while the Buddhists call it nirvana. Alright, what of the rusted divine weapons and an empty chest in that case? Empty chest in that case? Yeah. Well, everything isn't rosy, you know. You'd think we'd have something better to show for it after reaching enlightenment. Because it was all for naught. Huh? Oh, it's like his brother said, like, what are you going to use it for? You might be talented, but you won't be talented enough by yourself. Whether you free yourself of worldly burdens or ascend to the heavens, it means there will be nothing left at the end for those who reach the peak through a trail of strife and death. The message is that the study of martial arts is in itself a meaningless endeavor. The Sword Crypt wasn't some sort of test concocted by the immortal physician to gauge our worth. It was merely the physical recreation of his philosophy toward martial arts. According to the Dr. Sage's worldview, martial artists who killed and maimed each other at will were nothing less than his personal nemesis and the root of all evil. The more lives he saved and cherished, the deeper his hatred ran for those who wielded the blade. Perhaps he only donned the mask as a phantom sword thief to teach the great masters of the day that martial artists, which seek solely to harm others, have no place in this world. And what better way to spread the word than to steal their beloved weapons? And yet here we are, making the same mistakes in a world unchanged. That's right, he underestimated martial artists' obsession with the path of strength. The immortal physician had but one message for us. Martial arts are nothing but a blight upon this earth that leads us to harm one another. We could paint it with the teachings of the Tao or the Buddha to make it more palatable, but in the end it offers no wisdom or grace. Does that mean there never was any chance of a treasure after everything we went through? Sadly so. If that's the case, why have you brought us back here? To have us face the futility of our endeavor? Nah, he there to get the primordial panacea, because there has to be something, right? Like I said, the Sword Crypt wasn't the immortal physician's grave at all. That's what I'm saying! We're looking for a different grave. This is only the place he laid the persona of the phantom sword thief to rest. The immortal physician never once considered the phantom sword thief as a part of his true self. It was never anything but an alias he invented to serve his message. When we see the object of our desire crumble to pieces before our very eyes, we persevere and look up to the sky to gain sight of our goal once more. Believing that only by soaring upward can we reach our heart's desire. On the other hand, those who see the futility of their endeavors deign to let their gaze drop. It is only then that the haughty martial artist discovers the lives of those he once considered beneath him. Those who live to survive, and their mundane yet momentous struggles. This minor enlightenment is what drives us to venture forth again. Whether we made a poor choice of our goal in the first place, or later came to regret the very path we walked, as long as we endure, there is no end to the possibilities that lie ahead. A throng of martial artists gathered here from all over the realm, yet not one of them thought to step past the Sword Crypt and explore what lies beyond. The very notion never even occurred to us. After all, the Sword Crypt was our only goal. The clues were abundant from the start. An open clearing without as much as a blade of grass in the midst of a densely wooden mountain. To those who were solely focused on finding the the wanted treasure. This uncanny patch of bare earth whispered sweet temptations of riches below. In truth, however, it was a barren land inhospitable to all life. Huh. Genius. Even so, single-minded in our pursuit of the sword crypt, we saw no cause to wonder what we might find up the forest trail behind the clearing. Immortal physician, I'm beginning to understand your true message. Persevere, endure, and persevere. Though we may lose sight of our lifelong desire, we must refuse to despair and discover what lies underneath our steps. The very feet that will carry us to our true purpose. Not the pursuit of strength, nor any object of lofty fixation, but life itself. Harmony. To be with no pretensions of anything else. This is it. I suppose this place would mean nothing to anyone who fails to grasp the immortal physician's true intent. I should think not. To the untrained eye, this is just a mountainside spring. Primordial panacea. The mountain spring of Fortitude Peak. Its water may trickle thin from the source, but soon merges with other strands of water to form a stream that courses into a mighty river, and ultimately into the open sea. From this tiny spring flows the sustenance that gives life to countless beings. What is this, if not the path of righteousness and benevolence? If the immortal physician truly wished to pass on his legacy to the world, he must have had to overcome his worst fears as a phantom sword thief. Fears that culminated in this form of the sword crypt. Its dark abyss embodies the worst he's seen of the nature of martial arts and humanity itself. Supposing that he did overcome these fears in the end, where is the fountain of hope that he wished to leave behind for the realm? Now let's say that I was the immortal physician himself, a man of unbroken pride in his legacy. I would want that legacy to bear my spirit and spread across the world like rain after a drought. From one meager spring to the salvation of countless many. One man's resolve shall sweep across the land like a deluge of life and benevolence. A grandiose notion of unparalleled proportions, to be sure. Still, if this really is the philosophy of his philosophy he strove to convey, and I've done justice to his message in parsing its spirit, then this is the spring from which a tiny stream begins its journey of bringing salvation to all. What the hell? Where did he look? Like just down? Ah, I see. Small. So he's going to find a scroll with the recipe. There can be no other answer. It must be here. Huh? That's no rock. I mean, we need the recipe though, not just one primordial panacea. He's gonna break it? Like, what the fuck are you doing? No. What did you find? The recipe. The recipe! Let's just dry it up first before we open it. Right? Yo, if it's empty, could you... Yo, is a message inside? Fuck you. You're not getting any... You're not getting my knowledge. It's mine! It's the recipe! We got the recipe! Got it! Now, hide it. No one saw that, right? No one saw we got that. I found it! Don't scream it. The sacred recipe for the primordial panacea! I did it all along! It's mine! Screw you, you ornery old quack! I did it! Brother Sect leader, I freaking did it! I tell you, I told you, didn't I? Yo, he did not just scream that. Oh, could you imagine that if everyone didn't already leave? What? Wait, they found it? Oh, fuck, they weren't supposed to know that. To whomever fate invites. Only those who comprehend the true meaning of my legacy and brave the deadly perils to reach this place shall have the right to inherit my teachings. And so I leave it all behind to you. One who has proven their worth, the formula and healing application of the primordial panacea pellets, must be dedicated to saving the lives of countless many under the heavens. Screw that! I'm gonna use it myself. Nah, this is Mount Hua's now. I have faith that your virtuous intentions shall be aligned with mine. It's the real deal! Your virtuous intentions, and you chose Chungmyeong. It's mine. Here we go again. And yet for once, Chungmyeong and I are entirely in accord. In truth, I can scarcely keep from drooling at the thought myself. The secrets of the primordial panacea right before our eyes. It's one thing to chase after the treasure, but it's another matter altogether to have it within our grasp. Ah, good riddance to that wild goose chase. Still, I suppose I ought to pay my respects before we go. Is he gonna pee in the spring? I guess I should pay my respects. Chungmyeong, what are you doing? I'm giving to nature, okay? I'm filling the spring. I'm giving it some acid. I'm opening the pH. What? Fuck you. What did Chungmyeong really think when he did that, though? Chungmyeong, why bow here when Dr. Sage's grave is far behind us? That's not his grave. I can't say I agree. Oh? In a sense, this place is a mortal physician's grave. Or perhaps there never was a grave in the first place. Having imparted every last shred of his wisdom, his own life likely meant little to him by the end. It would not be a shock to find that he withered away in solitude, somewhere, amid these forlorn peaks with no worldly eyes to bear witness. Though his bodily remains may be elsewhere, his spirit course is strong in this stream. Meaning that this, too, would be worthy of reverence as the immortal physician's final resting place. After all, the legacy he truly valued and desire to pass on was not his physical remains, but his will. You need to hide that better, by the way, and that's all that needs to be said. Actually, I do have some doubts about taking the primordial panacea to a martial arts sect like Mount Hua. It very much sounded as though the deceased would have wanted anything but that. Yeah, I don't care. Who cares? The immortal physician hedged his bet, and we get to reap the reward. That's what I'm saying. Just like, I can't believe I actually found someone as virtuous as me to be my success. Wait, what are you doing? It would be so funny if we get like a panel with the Phantom Thief. You know who I'm? With the doctor, just standing. No, what are you doing? You're not supposed. He wasn't supposed to find it. How could someone not virtuous find my treasure? Find my last will? No! Who cares? Immortal physician hedged his bet and we get to reap the rewards. He should have known better than to set up a bogus treasure hunt and blindly hope that whoever finds his legacy would uphold his will. Perhaps, but even so. Nope. There's no perhaps about it. If the Dr. Sage had truly wished to preserve his vision, he ought to have taken on like-minded disciples to inherit it instead of hiding it away from the world. True. I'm sure no one could live up to his impossible standards, but at least they would have carried the top, whatever. There will come a day when you too yearn for something beyond yourself. For your brothers and sisters of the sect, not to mention your countless juniors to come. To carry the torch of your spirit and pass on your teaching for generations. Nah, you didn't. Ah, you know what? Screw you. It was no trick question, Chungmyeong. That's what a sect is. There's more to our existence than living a good life, be it alone or with others. What truly matters is to leave our mark so that our spirit will live on for the good of this world. A dream I had. I suppose you always did have a way with wise words in your brother. Is that way you appeared in my dream the other night? Well, it's not gonna work! What a lousy junior brother I am to still cause you worry from the beyond. Changmyang. Entire lines of disciples may pass. There will eventually come a generation that at least inherits the spirit of their predecessor in full, if not their prowess. And they'll more than make up for what they lack in skill by sustaining their predecessor's legacy. How else do you think a sect endures for generations? The immortal physician had little faith in the very notion of disciples. Now I see that he was an idealist who envisioned the prodigy without flaw who could embody the full extent of his prowess and vision. And yet, in the end, his stubbornness worked against his lofty goals. It is often the shortcoming of those who are alone in being virtuous to look down upon others who are less so. In the eyes of a sage like the mortal physician, no doubt it was the rest of the world that seemed entirely lacking. He most likely believed that only a genius on par with himself could inherit the secrets of his life's work. Isn't that exactly how you thought when you... in your past life though, Jungman? Isn't this you? Yeah, it's you. I know, because I was once the same. Yeah, basically the same. But now I mean to prove you wrong and make amends for the failings of my past life. Would that I had known better back then. You tried your best and liked me, senior brother. You foresaw exactly how dear the fellow disciples I once found so utterly lacking would later become to me. It's clear to me now. This burden was never mine to bear alone, nor was I ever capable of it. Without my sect brothers and sisters who toiled and trained beside me, I would not have learned a thing in this life or the last. I'm proud of you all. Yo, the reaction, how everyone's just like, what? Yo, what happened to Changmyang? Who kidnapped the real Changmyang? What? Is this a trick? Are you testing us? Are you going to train us even harder? Like, what's going on? Is this a trick? Perhaps he's possessed. We may need a mortal physician this time. You mean immortal? I might have spoken too soon. Either way, I will walk alone no more, brother. For as long as Mount Hua stands tall and his spirit soars high, my resolve will persevere throughout the centuries to come. Carried proudly on the backs of countless fellow disciples who follow the same path. Isn't that right, brother? I shall no longer look back wistfully on bygone times. My gaze is guided forward by the iron resolve of Mount Hua, a treasure guarded with the lives of my sect siblings. With each step I venture forth under the name of Mount Hua, I will walk shoulder to shoulder with the spirits of my comrades of yore. It's about time we headed home to Mount Hua. The sword crypt, what on earth were they doing in such a treacherous place? Such youthful avarice. This matter cannot be brushed aside so lightly. Sect leader, I implore you to admonish the children firmly and sternly. Admonish. We remain a minor sect with little in the way of glory or riches to boast. Our sect may have been a force to be reckoned with in the past, but now we must look towards starting anew, as if Mount Hua was erected yesterday. You know better than anyone that our young trainees will be crucial in rebuilding our sect's legacy. They must learn that the future of the sect means nothing without first ensuring their own safety. I suppose so. I shall press that upon them most empathically when they return. Indeed, but I should think they also deserve fitting praise for their accomplishments. The magnitude of their success far exceeds their faults. Yes, what an excellent point you make. It would be an utter injustice to deny them their well-earned recognition, would it not? Quite so. The implications of what they have done cannot be overstated. This has the potential to change everything. And he doesn't even know about the panacea, does he? That chi energy. Changmyang! They must be approaching Sect later. Our trainees must have a spring in their steps, the way they appear to be sprinting all the way up the slope. I I hardly see why they would be in such a rush. It's not as though their achievements will fade anytime soon. Then why are you yourself running, senior brother? It may not exactly behoove the leader of a sect to go rushing toward the gates each time its disciples return. But nothing could be more inhuman than to express oneself when there is so much joy to be felt. At long last, an anticipation of glad tidings blesses Mount Hua once more. The day has come when we can throw open our gates and celebrate the deeds of our disciples in the outside world. Here they come, the young heroes of Mount Hua. It's not them, are they? Like, how light and carefree their steps echo through these peaks. They're certainly quick on their feet. Like, a little too quick. It's like a little too quick. What the? Not another gate! Not another one! Ah! Sect leader! Explain yourselves! Why did they like fly through the... Not go any closer. Anyone who dares to take another step gets the back of my sword. What's up with him? First time, huh? We ought to be used to this by now. We ought to be used to this. Why does it feel like deja vu again? God damn. Is it because they're not going to show the primordial panacea to anyone else in the sect leader? True enough, but kidnapping the sect leader himself surely takes the cake. Well, one thing's for certain, it was just Chongmyung before, but now they're all just as wild as each other. Huh? What? Hold on a moment! What did you say this is? The primordial, huh? From Nanyang to Huayin, we barely slept a wink for days. And why is that? The entire realm seemed like thieves and robbers in our eyes. So we took every measure of caution to make sure that no one would see the precious cargo. Yeah. There is not another soul outside this room that knows the primordial panacea is in Mount Hua's hands. Outstanding. Outstanding work, all of you. Oh, by the heavens. It is shiny. Goodness! This graceful and solid fragrance. Incredible. Brothers, the welcome feast grows colder by the minute. At least let the poor children dine before you have them tell their tale. Huh? Huh? Hmm? Hmm? Well, well, well. Hello, children. What did you bring me this time? You adorable little moneymakers. This is not for money. This is not supposed to be used for money. We were supposed to get some... What? What? On careful inspection, site leader. Yes. What is it? It appears the tome is the genuine article. It contains the formula for the moral physician's primordial panacea pellets. The principles of the recipe certainly seems aligned with the legends. Incredible. Ungak, chief physician at the Mount Hua Hall of Medicine. To be sure, parts of it describe transcendental techniques that I can hardly envision for myself. But the fortunate news is that the formula is outlined in such detail that even a layperson with no deeper understanding of its principles may follow it to craft the panacea with ease. Praise be to Mount Hua! Such excellent tidings indeed. And we need only to gather the ingredients. It's no use, sect leader. No use. Do you take this for some kind of a game? It's a simple question. Can you make the damn thing or not? As I said, brother Hyanyang, it would not be a particularly difficult task to craft the panacea by following instructions. Anyone with a rudimentary understanding of an apothecary's art will be able to do it. The problem is, if what you say is true, then there is no accursed problem. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, we have plenty of will, just not so much the means. Means? You mean money? Cash rules everything around me, it seems. Very well. I cannot stress enough how truly exorbitant the costs would be. Even with our sect's newfound wealth, amassing the ingredients reduced upon panacea in quantity would empty our coffers and then some. Oh, okay. This is expensive. Makes sense. We could liquidate every last one of our businesses ventures in Hawaii and still not have the funds required. What? Why on earth would a mere medicine cost such an outrageous sum? How about we would just find the ingredients ourselves then? Rare. It's no mere medicine, but the panacea. Think about it, brother. Even those gold-ridden monks up in Shaolin can only manage to produce a handful of their grand panacea. In fact, if anything, the cost for the primordial panacea could have been much higher, considering that it's supposedly superior to the grand Shaolin panacea. Only a sage, such as the immortal physician, could have concocted such a potent medicine from these ingredients. A less accomplished master would struggle to achieve even half of that at 10 times the cost. 10 times. Be that as it may, what I'm hearing is that we simply don't have the funds necessary to produce this panacea. Is how much will it cost that you must dash our hopes so callously? You said it yourself, Mount Hua is no longer an impoverished sect. Well, to put it in terms you would understand, supposing that we acquire the cheapest of ingredients, we'd need a purveyor of this, a supplier of that, not to mention a smidgen of this, a dash of that, and combining together the total market price of all of these are... Say later, you must cast away these worldly temptations at once. This formula is not but a recipe for disaster, I say. The immortal physician must have been senile in his old age to have written such outrageous garbage. This is no treasure, but a poison that will destroy our sect's finance. I mean, future finance. Is it really such an outlandish notion? It's worse than outlandish. It's out of our budget. You heard Ungak, sect leader. We'd have to liquidate every last asset in Mount Hua's name for a single medicine. We'll end up destitute and forced to start panhandling for the Gaibang sect in the process. Or my dead body! I absolutely forbid it. I forbid it! Chasing this spurious dream of some performance-enhancing panacea will undermine everything the sect has done to restore its renown. As a treasurer of the great Mount Hua sect, I cannot in good conscience allow this folly. How about we find the ingredients ourselves? I see. That is troubling indeed. If it's money that troubles you, sect leader, then worry no more. Lightstones, and so many of them to boot. More money, no problems. Yo, how much is the lightstones worth? Probably a lot, since they reacted like that. The matter of acquiring the ingredients was smooth sailing, thanks to the aid of the Yuna Trading Company Finance Office. With all due respect, what possible use would you have for these? Zhang Uiwang, Vice President of Yuna Trading Company. Well, now that our sect has begun to regain something of its former foundation, we have a mind to begin producing violet sky pellets once more. Oh, I see. And you would like us to procure these items on your behalf, is that it? That's correct. Oh, and another favor, if you would be so kind, keep it a secret. We request that you exercise your utmost discretion in ensuring that no word of Mount Hua's order reaches anyone else's ears. Of course, but why the secrecy? As you know by now, the martial arts realm is a treacherous place. Our sect is currently drawing the attention of countless rivals and competitors at large. Not only have we once clashed with the Songnan sect already, this latest venture by our young trainees has brought us into a minor contention with Wudang as well. A minor contention with Wudang. Then I take it the rumor has the truth of it that Mount Hua's disciples made a name for themselves in their recent incident at the Sword Crypt. Indeed, it's all true. And it certainly makes sense that the sect would demand caution above all else. The word across the realm is that Mount Hua disciples rescued a throng of martial artists from the Sword Crypt in the midst of its collapse, not to mention defeating several renowned masters in the course of their hunt for the treasure. As for the Blessed Dragon of Mount Hua in particular, the reputation behind the moniker has once again begun to soar boundlessly since the end of the Hua-Song contest 2 years ago. Though it's most likely an embellishment that he fought an elder of the Wudang sect on equal terms to draw, I can only imagine what valor he must have shown to cause such a rumor in the first place. Should the realm at large learn that Mount Hua is now striving to bring back the lost art of producing its medicinal pellets, there will not be a single sect out there that will not have Mount Hua in its sights. No wonder the sect's leadership wishes to hide the matter altogether and keep tensions from escalating any further. There is not a thing to worry about, Elder Yanyang. While we pride ourselves on our honesty as merchants, My father always taught me to place just as much value on respecting the customer's wishes. Absolutely. Mr. Vice President, that is precisely why we are trusting you and your organization with this matter. And we're grateful, Elder. But I fear it will cost more than a pretty penny to procure every item on this list. Oh, wait now. There. I would like to pay the full bill in advance. As I live and breathe. That is all lightstones I see. How is it that you're in possession of so many lightstones, let alone of such incredible caliber and size? Each one would trade for a far higher price than the finest gemstones of the same size. Now will this suffice to settle the bill? It'll do more than that, Elder. A proper appraisal must be conducted in due course, but even at a rough estimate, I should think this entire list can be bought for just half of these lightstones. Only half? How fascinating. Excellent. Seems he has no intention of ripping us off. And I would like you to sell every last one of these to procure the items and return the remaining funds to Mount Hua. Are you quite sure you're comfortable in trusting a matter of this magnitude to our company? There's not a shred of doubt on our part, Mr. Vice President. After all, Mount Hua and Yuna are brothers in arms. Who else can we trust if not the mighty Yuna Trading Company? Now then, will there be a handler's fee or... Of course, our eternal friendship. What could be better than that? Highway robbery, apparently. Highway robbery! In that case, I shall have these stones appraised at once and seek out the best channels for their sale. Ensuring the utmost confidentiality as per your instructions. Excellent! I knew I'd found the right man for the job. And will I get money? Friendship. Friendship doesn't pay the bills. Fuck. Damn. Friendship doesn't feed my children. You were rich. Not important. Thank you for your time, Mr. Vice President. Safe travels. Pleasure doing business with you, Elder. I swear, brother, the wolf finally lost it. In fact, this is even worse than usual shenanigans. It's downright frightening. All the great brothers and even the sect leader keep smiling and laughing for no reason whatsoever. Not only that, Chongming actually came up to me and asked me whether I wasn't overdoing it at training. I never knew that that devil incarnate had a heart. He doesn't have a heart. He just high on happiness. Are you alright, senior brother? I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. True enough, that does sound astonishingly out of character. First we hear that you yourself bested the Blade Dragon in Nanyang. Then we're told that rascal Chongming faced down a Wudang elder and fought him as an equal. What in the plum blossoms went on out there? And how much of these bizarre claims are we to believe? All of them. Some are truer than others, while the rest remain to be seen. I'd wager that only time will tell. No matter, you needn't lose any sleep over it, brother. Would tell you if I could. I would tell you more if I could, truly, but the weight of the matter demands my silence for the time being. Suffice to say, this will be a boon for all of Mount Hua, including you and the rest of our sect brothers. I understand the reason for your exasperation, but I can only ask you to go about your business as usual till the time comes. Can I depend on you, brother? Senior brother? It wounds me that you must even ask. Has your faith in us worn so thin of late? Seems to me, brother, you trust Chongmyung and his gang more than brothers of your own line. After all that time we spent training together. I swear upon the heavens. So what if I do? If you have a grievance, we can settle it one way or another, brother. Otherwise, you'll know more when I damn please. Yo, he's turning to Chongmyung! Senior brother! This sudden turn in demeanor reminds you of someone else entirely. This isn't like brother Bog Jian at all. Chongmyung has corrupted him. He's corrupted his soul. And thus, 2 years after Wasan contest, the warmth of wholesome camaraderie began to spread across Mount Hua once again. At least until... Chongmyung! The sect leader wishes to see you at once. Is the panacea finished? You too, Jogol. Sec leader, it is I, Yunjung. I brought Chugmyung and Jogol as instructed. Are they the first ones who's gonna get the panacea? Good, you may enter. Nah, everyone's dead. Is it done? Huh? Oh, Master Wang! Young Master Chugmyung, I trust you've been well. Munyak Wang, president of Yuna Trading Company. I have indeed. Nothing's ailing you either, I hope. Not at all since the last we met. Thanks to you, I've been in excellent health since my recovery. You can say that again. Why you look a couple of decades younger at least. I summoned Chungmyung here as you requested, Master Huang. Ah, not to do anything with the pellets then. What was it that you wished to discuss? Yes, I felt it best to discuss the matter face to face, Sect Leader, since it pertains to the order you recently placed with Yuna Trading Company. Ah, I guess he knows. Ah, yes, I'd suspected as much. Have you run into an obstacle, perhaps? Sect Leader, did you find the primordial panacea? I beg your forgiveness. As things stand, I regret that it is beyond the capability of Yuna Trading Company to fulfill Mount Hua's order. Huh? Beyond your capability? Are you telling me you're forfeiting the order? If you will allow me to offer up an excuse, Mount Hua's order would be impossible for any merchant company under the heavens to complete. You may ask any trader you'd like, but I'm afraid their answer will be the same. Huh? Then, what about my panacea? My panacea? My panacea! Your what? Nothing! What you mean it's impossible? What you mean it's impossible? What happened to where there's a will, there's a way? Restrain him. Why are you shushing me? I'm right. Why are you shushing me? Let go of me. Master Wang, is it the procurement of glaciosite that troubles you? I had suspected as much, given that the formation of glaciosite frost crystals, glaciosite frost crystals is only said to take place in the deepest reaches of the northern tundra. Indeed, Sect Leader, it's no secret that the palace of northern frosts all over glaciosite makes it exceedingly difficult to get a hold of, but it is by no means beyond the considerable reach of our organization. On the other hand, the unobtainable item in question is a plant known as dusk tint bloom. You see, it doesn't exist anymore. What? It's endangered. No, it's more than endangered. There are no more. What? I seem to recall that it was one of the items on the list we provided, though we did not think it particularly significant or rare. Who would have known a mere flower would be so precious to obtain? Does it fetch an exorbitant price, Master Huang? On the contrary, Sect Leader, the cost is of little import. While it's true that the dusk tint bloom is a rare flower that only grows in certain regions, its medicinal properties are hardly anything profound as to warrant any kind of special reverence. Then what could be the issue? Why do you want it? Sect Leader, I have no doubt you're familiar with the so-called 5 Outer Realm Palaces. The 5 Outer Realm Palace. The 5 martial arts sects located along the peripheries or outside of the central place. Why does it feel like Chungmyung needs to go on a journey to steal some flowers? Each of these factions can rival any of the 10 great sects in terms of sheer might, earning them collective recognition as the 5 Outer Realm Palaces. Name each of them in turn. Demon Blood Palace, Patala Palace of Tibet, Nanai Palace of the Sun, and the Palace of Southern Beasts. The obstacle among them in this particular case is none other than the Palace of Southern Beasts. The Palace of Southern Beasts? The dusk tint bloom is essentially a perennial weed that grows in the deep creeks of Yunnan. In the past, it was no trouble at all to procure it for whatever purpose. It was somewhat of a chore to travel directly to Yunnan for it, since no merchant saw fit to trade it, but it was easily obtained nonetheless. Nowadays, however, the natural habitat of the dusk tint bloom can no longer be accessed by road. And why would that be? As you might have surmised, the aforementioned Palace of Southern Beasts stands in the way. To be precise, not only are they blocking the roads to the flowers' habitat, they are withholding access to their territory from all those who hail from the Central Plains. But how can it be that a single sect can barricade the roads without permission from the state? Pardon me, Master Huang, but I never heard of such an absurdity. The land of the Southern Man tribe is governed by a different set of rules, Sect leader. It seems the various martial arts sects and armed factions that are there have united under the Palace of Southern Beasts banner to reign over the region like kings. Their might combined is such that not even the yoke of the state cowers them now? Covers. Still, there must be more to this strange tale. For instance, to what purpose have they sealed the roads? Long ago, the invasion of the demon cult drove a decisive wedge between the Palace of Southern Beasts and the Central Plains. Despite their call for aid at the very outset of the cult's foray into the realm's peripheries, the Central Plains extended no helping hand to the Southern Man tribe in their hour of need. The short-sighted yet prevailing view was that it was no use wasting precious martial resources on the plight of outsiders, and they ultimately paid for their selfishness with blood. By the time the demon cult subjugated the south, including the Palace of Southern Beasts, there was no one left to help defend the Central Plains against their march to the north. The demon cult's savage invasion was eventually quelled with significant sacrifice, but there was no mending the severed ties between the Palace of Southern Beasts and the Central Plains. It appears their resentment now runs so deep as to prohibit all travel into the region. I must admit this embargo has been a serious detriment to the business of trading companies. Tea from the Yunnan region is highly sought after across the land and was once a prominent source of revenue for merchants in Sichuan and Shaanxi. But now that all roads to Yunnan are closed, the losses they've suffered have been sizable to say the least. If I may be so bold as to summarize, you mean to say that the Southern Palace has taken such a hardline stance that even seasoned merchants would abandon any prospect of profit? That's correct. Sec later, I assure you the rest of the items will be delivered to you as requested. However, it shames me to say the Dusk Tin Bloom is most unfortunately out of our reach. Once again, I apologize. There is scarce need for apologies, Master Huang. The matter is entirely outside of your control. Chief Physician Ungak, yes, Sect leader. Tell me, even without the Dusk Tint Bloom, would it be possible to manufacture violet sky pellets? If I may, Sect leader, no. The secret behind these panaceas is that each ingredient must be combined without flaw and undergo a highly specific process to elevate its properties to transcendental effects, so we need it. Omitting even a single ingredient would render the concoction so useless that it may be no different from eating the other ingredients raw. I fear the violet sky pellets are lost without the Dusk Tint Bloom. So you're telling me... Yeah, Chungman's gonna go. So you're telling me those ornery muscleheads down south are up in such a huff that they won't even let us pick a few flowers on their turf? I'll take their goddamn precious flowers and shove them up there. Hold him down. You can't hold Chungmyung down anymore. He about to escape. That's it. Where there's no way, we'll make a way. Let's see how tough they feel with their heads busted wide open. Sec leader. What is it now? Just say the word and I'll go down there myself, teach them some damn manners, and come back with a fistful of flowers. Chungmyung, this is the Southern Man tribe you speak of. They're feared as one of the 5 outer realm palaces for a reason. The moment you march down there alone, they'll cleave your head clean off. I go down there and they bust my head open. You think that of me? No, I'm the one who busts... No, I'm the one who busts heads open. I'm the one who knocks. I've heard that statement many times over, and I detest that. I cannot deny the truth of it. Like, I am the one who busts heads open. Master Huang, yo, we're gonna go. If you don't want to allow any travelers from the Central Plains, then why not simply hire a go-between from another region? Someone from the west, perhaps. Is it not possible that the Palace of Southern Beasts would have no objections against a visitor from far outside of the Central Plains? Oh. Interesting. Every now and again, brother, it's like you actually have something between the ears. Huh. My merchant senses are tingling, a rare youth with a head for business. It is an excellent idea, but I'm afraid all of our attempts to that end have failed thus far. All Westerners who trade in Yunnan are made to sign an agreement prohibiting them from passing on the goods to the Central Plains. Of course, a few have been bold enough to break this agreement, but the majority are loath to risk losing their lives in the potential case that they are discovered. What's more, the natural habitat of the dusk tintbloom lies deep within Yunnan, a mere stone's throw from the palace of Southern Beast territory. This particular area is off limits to all outsiders to the Beast Palace, Westerners and Central Plainers alike, meaning that it would be impossible to acquire the goods directly from there. I see. And what more is there to discuss? We're going! I say we march down to Yunnan and demand that they hand over the blasted flowers at once. They're a palace of beasts, not florists, Changmyeong. Hand over the flowers. We don't have any flowers! Right, they were outside the palace. My bad. So what? Whatever Mount Hua needs, Mount Hua gets. It is true that the dusk in bloom is essential to Mount Hua. With the formula for the panacea of the ages in our possession, we cannot waste this opportunity by dawdling around because of a single missing ingredient. This is an endeavor that we must accomplish, even if it takes Mount Hua's full capability. Changmyeong, can this be done? There will be unprecedented perils to contend with down south, but it is no exaggeration that the future of our sect depends upon it. That is why I must ask you once more. Yo, the merchant is just like, damn, those violet pellets must be amazing. He's like, are we really talking about violet pellets right now? Like, do you have what it takes to obtain the dusk in bloom and return to Mount Hua unharmed? Sec later, it's me you're speaking to. Changmyeong. You won't have a thing to fret over. I'll have those southern bees whimpering in no time and bring back the dusk tint bloom by the cartload. Brother Hyunyoung, have our disciples prepared to embark with the utmost haste. Sec later, I shall send Changmyeong and his companions to Yunnan. He's just like, why is he letting us? Like, very well, it shall be done. That says, Sec later, may I have a word with you in private? Brother, is it really prudent to send the children into peril by themselves again? Indeed, it would ease my mind to have them led by a more experienced disciple. But you know as well as I do that these children only seem to excel when left to their own devices. You're not catching my drift. How can we possibly send those innocent children into harm's way without preparing them properly, or at least giving them an edge over any enemies they might face? An edge? In that case, I have a suggestion, brother Sect leader. What is it? I say we give them the treasure that we already have. The pre-made primordial panacea pellets. Pre-made. Oh, the pellets that was in the box already. Give them to Changmyeong. Give them to me. Changmyeong is just like, I eat them myself. Nah, he's not gonna do it. One for each? Are there that many? We're getting the pellet. We're getting primordial pellets. Yeah. Yeah, one each. Behold, disciples, the panacea. Are you sure these are for us, Sect leader? It's either you or me, and I have no qualms about gobbling up the lot. Then perhaps you ought to take it first in our stead, elder. We wouldn't dream of robbing you of the opportunity. Don't be ridiculous. What use would a bunch of old fogies have for panacea when all we have to look forward to is to shed this mortal coil? Indeed, no amount of miracle medicine will bring back our bygone youth. Much to my chagrin. No, these pellets came to us through your acts of bravery, and so they should rightfully go to you all. In fact, even if we elders had been the ones to acquire them, we would have you take them on our behalf nonetheless. Elder Hyunyoung, Come now, enough with the soppy sentiments. Let us get it over and done with. Besides, we have enough pellets on hand for the 5 of you to take 1 each and still have 15 left over. That should more than suffice for the purpose of studying the panacea's properties. There's no need to stand on a ceremony and either, I assure you. Chungmin is about to just take it. What Elder Hyunyoung means is that it will be no easy task to find the dusk tint bloom in Yunnan. Taking the primordial panacea should help improve your odds significantly. All I meant is that with no guarantee of securing the dusk tint bloom, we could perhaps save our stock of primordial. Brother Sect leader, some may call me a cheapskate, but I'm no thief. The panacea is not ours to give and take as we please. It was won by the blood and sweat of Chungmyeong and his companions, and it rightfully belongs to them. Do you mean to send them into harm's way with no regard for their safety? You speak as though the idea was yours in the first place, brother. Not a word out of you. Let me have this moment, will you? Alright then. I suppose it's time to see what all the fuss is about. Take later. I know full well that these children deserve to have the panacea. Heavens know they've earned it. But what if there are no more to be had? And instead of using up 5 of the 20 pellets we have, would it not be more prudent to save the entire stockpile in case the children are seriously injured? Just take the damn things. Just take them! It'll be as useless as rat droppings otherwise. Never mind us and get it down your gullets. Brother, who's the sect leader here? You or me? Sect leader, Elder Hyunyoung. I, disciple Bak Chion, shall be forever grateful for this honor. We will not forget Mount Hua's generosity. You flatter us, young ones. Now eat. I cannot wait to see what that little moneymaker brings in next. Yeah, let's go. Cultivation time. Cultivation time! Eat it! Eat it. I mean, Chungmi has done this before, hasn't he? Or has he never, like, tasted primordial panacea? Even in the past. Has he? He chewed it! He just swallowed it whole. That was a lot of chi. Yeah, follow the stream. Ah! This crushing sense of overwhelming pressure. A maelstrom of chi engulfs me from within. Coursing deluge threatens to gush forth the moment that I open my mouth. If I relax my body for even a moment, the immense recoil will send me flying out of control. Why didn't like Chungmyeong prepare them or anyone else? Such is the might of the primordial panacea. Focus. This is no time to entertain idle thoughts. Guiding the seemingly endless flood of chi will require every facet of my mind. Each crashing wave expands my belt meridian, and cleansing every inch of my body with its all-consuming force down to the most minute of chi pathways. All senses of the body, forged anew by the panacea's might. I feel it in my very fingertips. Finally, the tsunami of surging chi begins to subside across my entire body. The panacea's aura fills every space and pathway it can reach. Where's Chungmyeong though? And thus I meet my limit. As it stands, I lack the strength to absorb this immense bounding waterfall of chi as my own in its entirety. Indeed, the reserve of chi granted by a panacea of this kind must be sealed within one's body and dissolved slowly over time. Any over-exertion born of greed at this point may result in catastrophe. I must restore this newfound chi in my Dantian and refine it in due course. Why do I feel like Chungmyeong is just like, no, gotta refine everything right now. I wonder how the others did. I feel raw power pulsing through me. My vision has never been clearer. My ears echo with the rustling of leaves in the mountain to our faraway rear. And each breath of air I take in through my nose and mouth bring potent life into my body without impediment. Feels as though I'm capable of accomplishing any transcendental feat that I put my mind to. Abundant energy in my veins grants me unparalleled confidence. Sect leader, it is done. Yo, they're looking at Chongming, aren't they? Sect leader, what is Chongming doing? He's not stopping. He's floating. Is Chongming floating? He's like, why is he floating? Huh? What in the divine levitation? What's he doing up there? No, gotta get all of it. Chongmyang, just put it in your Dantian and get it later. No. Glow of 5 shades. Could it be the 5 origins of chi convergence? I think this may be something else, leader. It's exploding. We may be witnessing a phenomenon beyond our understanding altogether. Whoa. Whoa. What? Things just haven't been feeling right around here lately. To be more precise, it's more that there's a strange sense of excitement in the air that I haven't felt before. Yo, are they going to see like something explode? What the fuck was that? I haven't felt before. Bog Song, second grade disciple of Mount Hua. Ever since the group that left for Nanyang made their hurried return to Mount Hua. The entire sect has been under an air of constant flux. For instance, I've never seen the sect elders so full of good cheer and mirth. No doubt Chongmyang and his squad have achieved yet another heroic feat of some kind. It's not to say that I prefer the Mount Hua of old, where we wore rags and subsisted on roots and leaves. And there's no denying that our sect is better served with us dressed in fresh uniforms and dining on hearty meals of meat every night. But, you're missing the camaraderie. But there are times when I long for the peace and quiet of the past. The days when these peaks were a sacred place of meditation, far away from worldly concerns. The 5 who journeyed to Nanyang and back have been in and out of the sect leader's quarters almost every single day since their return. There's not a soul left among us second grade disciples who still deny Chongmyang's prodigious talent. Yo, yeah, like... Huh. What's that strange glow coming from the sect leader's quarters? He's blowing up the entire place. Could you imagine like the other ones are just trying to control the panacea and... Okay, I see some light, but nah, ignore it, gotta absorb. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Is the building supposed to... I swear that maniac can't even circulate chi without causing a minor calamity. What the... Yo. They're just coughing up... colons. Oh, for goodness sake. Whoever built that shoddy pavilion clearly never budgeted for proper structural integrity. Is that all you have to say after my humble abode was literally reduced to splinters? I suppose we'll simply have to build another one from scratch. It's not as though we are made of money. Huh. I mean, you could have your office outside as well, you know. You don't need a pavilion, do you? Perhaps a nice villa next time. Perhaps a nice villa. Wait a moment. Have you forgotten that there are more important matters at hand? Well, what became of Chongmyang? Yo, what became of the other ones? Like, were they done? What the fuck? Like, did he change? What happened to Chongmyang? Did he, like, level up 10 times or something like that? I mean, he absorbed the entirety of the panacea, right? Like, that's what it looked like. It looked like he just absorbed everything. Everything. Every slice drop of it. What? What? What the? Such devastation. What happened here? Who attacked us? Are you kidding? Like, why is the pavilion in pieces? Are we under siege? Who did this to us? I knew he was going to do that. You did, you fool! Brother sect leader. The light that emanated from Chongmyung, it was a sign of the 5 origins of Qi convergence, was it not? Perhaps, I cannot be certain. For one, it differs from the way it's been described. It said that when one who has mastered the 5 origins of Qi convergence circulates their Qi, 5 rings of different hues appear around their body. I certainly saw a radiant glow of 5 hues. I'm sure you'll agree there were no rings to speak of. Could it not have been something of a similar magnitude nonetheless? Surely it cannot be denied that something unusual was happening to Chongmyung. Again, I cannot say for certain, except that having him take the primordial panacea appears to have had some effect at least. Some effect. Then I suppose the question is, how much stronger do you believe he has become? How much stronger, you ask? Let's test. Words cannot do it justice. Huh. That air pressure? Bruh. The primordial panacea. The raw volume of the Qi granted by it was not so immense compared to Mount Hua's own violet sky palace. However, it was cleaner, more pure. The sheer purity of its energy far exceeded that of the violet sky palace. Whereas the snow blossom pellets I consumed before contained but a small handful of such pure Qi. The primordial panacea pellet was positively teeming with it. I could only absorb about 1/5 of the Qi granted by the pellet and had to expel the rest out of my body. But even this partial reserve of Qi... Wait, you expelled it? I think I was smarter by the other dude who just put it into his Dantian for safekeeping. But even this partial reserve of Qi would suffice to change everything. I was under the belief that only time and patience could grant me deeper reserve of refined Qi. The immortal physician's legacy has shown me another way. Well, Chongmyung, you feel a difference? Damn right I do, Sect Leader! The primordial panacea is one hell of a drug. He wants more. As for the rest of the pellets in that chest, I hardly think anyone could miss a couple more of them. Out of the question! just one, huh? Just one more. We have no idea what dangers the sect might face in the future. And you know, our whole of medicine has yet to recover the full extent of its capacity. These pellets could save the lives of all those who are injured in the meantime. I cannot allow you to have any more. Take them by force if you must. You say so. Huh? I hear you say later. You mean a modest stock should be kept aside in case of unexpected injuries. What is this peculiar feeling? I feel as though I've spoken too soon. Thank you, Sect Leader. Soon we'll be headed to Junon, a land of immense peril, fraught with life-threatening dangers that we couldn't even begin to imagine. Well, oh no, he wants to take them with him in case they get injured. Well, I, Chongmyung, for one, am prepared to lay down my very life in service of Mount Hua. That being said, you want to take some with him in case of injury. If any of my senior brothers and sisters should be wounded or at worst perish in that treacherous land, why, I won't be able to forgive myself in this life or the next. What are you doing? I'm not that injured. I'd be asking myself if things would have turned out differently with just one more pellet, or 3, or 4, or 5, or at the very least 5 more pellets. At the least. More like the most, you mean? No. To think for the mere price of 5 measly pellets, we might all return home safe and sound. What a bargain, Sect Leader. What a bargain indeed. Zero from Primal Lord of Heaven. Oh no, oh Primal Lord of Heaven. Our precious panacea. Pleasure doing business with you, Sect Leader. I swear you're worse than those guybang beggars. Unhand me. It's time I told that whippersnapper. Lord Sect Leader. Fine. Have it your way. Make no mistake, this will not be an easy task. Oh, I don't know about that, Sect Leader. What's there to fret about with a little help from our friend, the immortal physician? Must he insist on being such a primordial pain in the rear? Chugmyung. Yes, Sect Leader? It weighs on me that I must impart these heavy burdens on you, time and time again. Try as I might to make light of it, this guilt is impossible to shake loose. Sect Leader. That's simply the way of the world at times. What is there to feel guilty about? The way of the world indeed. At times he drives me to my wit's end and starts fires that I can barely douse. Yet this is the reason why I can never bring myself to hold it against him. The demeanor of an otherworldly sage. Though he often behaves with as much childish abandon as a boy half his years, he has his moments of wisdom far beyond his age, and perhaps even my age. It's been quite some time since Chungmyung came to us, yet his uncanny sensation still resurfaces every now and again. How can it be that one so young could possess so many different facets? You should know by now that those who inhabit the 5 Outer Realm palaces are infamous for their reclusive nature and foul temper. The followers of the Palace of Southern Beasts are particularly feared for their wild, unorthodox ways, to the extent that the laws of the Central Plains mean precious little to them. Won't be a problem, Sect Leader. The only thing I'm worried about is the somewhat long journey ahead. Besides, come what may, I have the solution to every obstacle right here. Perhaps we made a huge mistake. I assure you, Sect Leader, we will not let you down. They may call themselves the Palace of Beasts, but I've no doubt they are human beings that can be reasoned with. Ah! Behold the very picture of Mount Hua's pride. Yeah. His quiet confidence melts the doubt in my heart like the snow under spring sun. We shall endeavor our utmost to resolve this matter with words, not swords. I'm sure we need only to speak from the heart and they'll lop off our heads and have them skewered on a pike for all to see. Indeed, true displays of friendship between sects. Did I interrupt your senior brother when he's talking? Well, you were spouting a bunch of naive nonsense. Why would war even exist if every problem could be solved with kindly words alone? Have you not watched Naruto? Pfft, power of friendship. Talk no jutsu bullshit. You watch it? What? I imagine it's precisely because of brutes like you. You even hear yourself. A world full of bombastic bellicose bastards like you would be nothing short of hell on earth. Better bellicose than yellow bellied. As for hell on earth. Oh, better bellicose than yellow bellied. As for hell on earth, you're asking for it right now. Welcome to the Mount Hua Daycare Center. Well, I suppose it's no use crying of spilled milk. Bak Jian, heed me closely. Yes, Sect Leader. From this moment on, you all will carry my full authority. Your words in the land of the Southern Man tribe shall bear the full weight of my own, and your will shall reflect the will of Mount Hua. I'm not deserving of such an honor, Sect Leader. Hardly. I believe you've proven yourself quite capable. I will not bring shame to Mount Hua's name, Sect Leader. Such is always the way with new adventures. Marching into the unknown is a fearful endeavor at the best of times, after all. However, only by embracing that fear and venturing forth step by step can one ever hope to broaden one's horizons. Are you sure they won't need our guidance in the perilous south, Sect Leader? It's not too late for me to follow them and... Come off it, brother. You know this is not your tale to force your way into. What could it possibly change if we were to lead the children ourselves? Exactly, brother. They're children. As adults, it is our duty to. And what have we so-called adults done for them, pray? Other than selling out half the mountain and almost losing everything down to the very signboard over our gates, I mean. Yo! Bird himself. It's always the way for old men to regard a youth with little else other than apprehension and doubt. Even so, interfering in their journey at every turn will only serve to stifle their growth in the future. Mark my words. Since when have you been so trusting of our young disciples? Since they started making money. Who said anything about trust, brother? We have no room in our budget for that. Indeed. It's not blind faith I speak of. What I can say for certainty is that those youths possess a far brighter future than I ever did. And thus we, too, shall learn from this endeavor, to let our young eagles fly the nest and soar. And may the hallowed predecessors of Mount Hua watch over our young ones. A moment of your time, sir. I come as a guest? Yo, is that the beggar? If you'll be so kind as to humor this poor old beggar, and allow me a glass of cold water to quench my thirst. I have a promise to keep with the blessed dragon of Mount Hua. Yeah, there we go. Beggar Sect. Beggar Sect. Dude, like how many chapters are on webtoon right now? Am I like super behind? Okay, so we on episode 118. We on episode 118. Blossoming Blade. And there are how many? Dude, there's like 127. There's like 127. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Wyon Prefecture. Please accept this as a small token of appreciation from the Yuna Trading Company. Are you sure you want us on that thing? But of course, we even summoned a veteran of the Yunnan trade route to escort you for the journey ahead. Greetings, young masters. I am Bui, an Yuna employee. A Yuna employee. Whoa, 4-horse carriage? How much did you splurge for this beauty, Mr. Vice President? We're certainly grateful for the gesture, but I fear it's more than we deserve. I hardly think that's true, young masters. Given that our own shortcomings are to blame for the perilous journey you'll be undertaking, I believe this is the least we can do. I couldn't agree more. Still, not to be an ingrate, but I don't imagine we'll have much use for the fancy carriage. Yunnan's a mere brisk jog from here. Right, brothers? What the hell are you talking about? Come now, we're all seasoned martial artists here. I reckon it might even be faster to spare the poor horses the trouble and sprint their own foot. Speak for yourself, you sadist! I would not dare doubt that you're capable of such a feat, young Master Chungmyo. Likewise, I'm sure it would not be much of a challenge for the rest of you either. However, I simply wish to help you preserve as much of your stamina as possible until you reach your destination. Now, along the way to Siquan, you will find Yuna, merchants standing by at set distances to greet you with fresh horses. With their help, you'll be able to continue your journey without delay. If you're able to ride non-stop the entire way to... Oh shit! If you're able to ride non-stop the entire way to Yunnan, you should be able to cut down significantly on your travel time. Wouldn't you say? Once again, we extend our deepest gratitude to the Yuna Trading Company. Come, all of you. We'll be late if we don't depart soon. Yes, senior brother. Well... Alright, just this once then. I suppose this might be better for us at the end of the day. Wait, did he just admit for once that someone else had a better idea? I see their trust and camaraderie grows by the day. All aboard! Now departing for Yuna. We'll be back in a flash, Mr. Vice President. And thus they embark on their mission. Master Chungmyo may be a gifted prodigy, but this will not be an easy task even for him. Though I suspect any further warnings from me will only come across as an old man's nagging. Heavens heed my pleas. Let them return safely from the tiger's hungry maw. Seems easy enough. Yeah, they're just switching horses. Senior brother, what's it like at the Palace of Southern Beasts? In all honesty, I know little about the Southern Man tribe myself. That is why I'm hoping to gain some information by paying a visit to the Sequan cell of the Gaibang sect during our travels. Considering the ties we built with Gaibang through the Sword Crypt incident, I dare say they'll have something for us. I suppose it pays to befriend people in both high places and low. Back when Gaibang would hardly give us the time of day, we would have struggled to gather any kind of intelligence. Indeed, except not even the beggars seem to know much about the Palace of Southern Beasts, especially since it's been quite some time since the Southern Man tribe severed all relations with the Central Plain. I hear they favor external chi arts, and that, true to their palace's title, they're beast masters who command divine creatures at will. Having said that, none of this knowledge is even remotely current. Who gives a hoot what kind of a place a southern beast call home? Whether they command beasts or ghosts with bait or coins, the only thing that matters is their strength in arms, not some dusty history lesson. From what I've been told, each of the 5 Outer Realm palaces would give any one of the 10 great sects a run for their money. I should think the Palace of Southern Beasts is no exception. Who's to say? Perhaps what you've heard was unvarnished truth once upon a time, but there's no guarantee that remains the case. If you recall, all 5 of the Outer Realm palaces fell to the demon cult's invasion long ago. It's not wrong, except for the Palace of Northern Frost. There's no denying that the demon cult sought to destroy the Outer Realm sects first and foremost before even turning its gaze to the Central Plains. The cult's strategy was to divide and conquer each of the 5 Outer Realm palaces in turn, so that they would not band together against its foray into the Central Plains. It was by sheer luck that the Palace of Northern Frost was left unscathed, since it was located the farthest away from the demon cult's territory. The other palaces, however, were less fortunate and eventually bent the knee to the demon cult, following each crushing defeat after another. Countless lives were lost amid the chaos of war and conquest. A century has since passed, yet the wounds of the past most likely linger on to some extent. That could make things a little easier for us, couldn't it? I certainly hope you're right. Hey, Mr. Yi. Where do you say we stop for a bite to eat? Here, you mean? We should be coming to town up ahead. Wouldn't you rather stop there for a proper break? Nah, we're getting here. Sup, Evian? Sup, Evian? Nope, this is the perfect spot. We about to go hunting. What? Is the reason why we're stopping here, Changmyang? As it happens, yes there is. Is he going to eat more of the primordial panacea? Off the carriage, all of you. Yeah, he's going to give them 1 panacea each. Juggle, why do you not have your luggage? I left it on the carriage in case Changmyang decides to send it away without saying a word. We still got a long way to go, haven't we? Let me get this right. You think he won't send off the... You think he won't send off the carriage if your pack is still on it? You really want to test that theory? Oh. Yeah, he's gonna get the carriage. Changmyang, why did you bring us here? I told you already. There's a good reason for it. Eat up. He's about to give them panacea, isn't he? Indeed. And I'm asking what that reason might be. Senior brother, yes. Be honest, how much use were you to us back at the Sword Crypt? Use? How much use was I? As much as I hate to admit it, I was a burden, nothing more. Changmyang's prowess is growing precipitously. By the day, as are the perils we must face in our duties. Is he going to give them more panacea? Though we continue to accompany him on these endeavors, we are floundering with little hope of giving pace. That is the brutal truth of it. Correct. Now, Yunnan may very well be even more perilous than the Sword Crypt. Should you choose to remain at your current standards, senior brothers and sister, your very lives will soon be in danger. It's not that we do not realize the danger for ourselves. However, there is simply no way of enhancing our skills without sufficient time. There is. Oh, there is. Oh, yeah. Who says? You ate the same primordial panacea that I did you not? Absorb his chi as your own and you'll be twice as strong as you are now. Twice as strong. You make it sound so easy. But it will take years at a minimum to internalize such a vast reserve of chi into my Dantian. I suppose even that is an ambitious estimate. Not to worry, senior brother. A month will more than suffice. A month? You cannot be serious! Trust me, brother. Have I ever led you astray? Yes! Many times! Have I ever led you... Yes! Yes, many times! In fact, well, not this time. You have my word. I knew he was going to say that. As much as I'd like to believe you, Chung. How do you propose to achieve such a feat? Do you mean to guide our chi circulation yourself? Nope. Even simpler. Even simpler, you say. But how can that be? What do you know that we do not? Speak candidly. Tell us this secret of yours. If what you say is true, then I would gladly endure any trial you place before me. Good. I'll hold you to it. Now, senior brother, have you ever heard of percussive chi vitalization? Percussive chi vitalization, of course, I've heard of it. It refers to the method of easing the clustered or blocked flow of chi by striking or massaging certain parts of the body. Does it not? I fail to see what that has to do with... Yo, they're all sweating. Great minds think alike. You know, I'd love to say this is nothing personal, but I did just promise not to lie to you all. So I'm gonna beat it out of you. Wait, what? The healing process. My only hope is that you understand that this is coming from a place of love. Yo, he about to beat them so the panacea can go into the meridians because of injury. Become one with them. Ah. Some serious tough love. Despite your best endeavor, eh? I suppose I can only take your word for it. The sword crypt was as empty as you said, and perhaps there was no treasure after all. I hardly think you're to blame for that, brother. Still, I must apologize. I assure you, no apology is necessary. Greed begets misfortune. We mustn't forget that. Despite our abundance, we extended our grasp to possess something for which we had little need. We're fortunate that you returned to us at all without further tragedy. It is I who should beg forgiveness for sending you and your disciples into that hellhole. To think we were all made fools by prank nigh 2 centuries in the making. And solely to convey the ultimate vanity of martial arts at that. Fitting legacy for a man who failed to achieve anything of note. There's one thing, however. For the life of me, this is something I simply cannot comprehend. I like more down-to-earth cultivation like this. Power wish. Yeah, I also do that. A child of Mount Hua fought you to draw. I'm afraid so, brother. And I take it the boy is a prodigy of sorts. A generational talent, to be sure. I do believe I would have gotten the better of him eventually, had we continued our duel. The problem is I cannot even begin to fathom how long it would have taken me to defeat the boy in the end. I'm under no illusion that such speculation is anything but meaningless. The fact of the matter is, he is your equal. Just so, brother Sect leader. An elder of Wudang is unable to tell how long it would take for him to defeat a mere boy. This can only mean that the outcome of the duel would have been determined by a razor-thin margin, where their physical state on a day or minute strokes of luck would make all the difference, which means Jungmin would have won. And we merely chuckled when we heard the boy had defeated Mujin by himself. A generational talent indeed. We shall leave the boy be for now. Are you sure that is wise, brother? I'm aware of what you wish to say. Mount Hua of ages past was once a proud sect that had the potential to supplant Wudang's supremacy. As such, the emergence of a prodigy in our former rival sect is not news to be taken lightly. However, there is only so much that a single genius can achieve alone, particularly in a fallen sect such as Mount Hua. Sooner or later, the child will tire of leading his sect by himself and fall from grace. I would not be so sure, brother. He was no ordinary child. His incredible aptitude for martial arts aside, he possessed an uncanny sense of judgment and decisiveness. Yes, it's plain to see you've taken a shine to the boy. I even offered to take him under my wing as a disciple of Wudang. Is that so? Not even the prospect of becoming Wudang's future leader was enough to shake his loyalty. Such promises are beyond the authority of a sect elder to make. And yet the brazen honesty with which Hyo-san speaks can only point to his absolute confidence in what he saw. His words verge on awe beyond simple admiration. Be that as it may, the outcome is the same. A lone disciple may very well make a name for himself. But it is impossible for only one set of hands to steer the future of an entire sect to a better place. Only when many like-minded individuals come together and share a sense of purpose and agency can a sect thrive beyond the sum of its parts. Genius or not, one trainee could never hope to shoulder such a burden. I mean, he's not though. He's not though. Sounds very good. What? Let us put an end to this affair by keeping a closer eye on Mount Hua from now on. How old is MC? Oh. Sup, unwanted explainer. Sup. How old is Chungmyeong? 17 or 18? Yeah, you better keep a close eye on him. If I may, brother sect leader, how do you suppose the outcome would change if the boy is already aware of everything you say? That he cannot carry an entire sect upon his shoulders, I mean. You think it's younger? 16? 15? I suspect the lesson will elude his youthful years. And even if he understands, it will not alter the course of his future by much. After all, it takes far more than raw talent to raise a true master. Which what? Which what? Yo, he was 15 at the beginning, and then they jumped at least 2 years. He is at least 17, maybe 18. If you mean like beginning of the series. So what if the boy possesses insight beyond his years? Yo, did he say something else? No, I didn't. So what if the boy possesses insight beyond his years? The answer remains the same. That is an impossibility. This has little to do with the lofty height of his talent or the sharpness of his intellect. There are some lessons that cannot be taught by anything other than first-hand experience. And Chungmyeong has it. Lessons that the hubris and impulsiveness of youth rarely permit. And by the time the boy faces the truth and reaches enlightenment, he will no longer be a fresh-faced boy at all. However, by some 1 in a million chance, if the boy defies all conventional wisdom and expectation to obtain such wisdom, then perhaps that will be the day that Mount Hua finally surpasses the glory of Wudang. Ow! You're a devil! Ah, yeah. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment! My, how wild my imagination runs in my old age. Far too wild for my liking indeed. Far too wild. Far too wild. Oh, there. My spine. My ribs. Why did I pass out here of all places? Look what you've done to brother Gil. You mean Jogol? How can you call yourself a fellow disciple of Mount Hua? What was that? I can't hear you. Perhaps you ought to cry a little harder. I swear you're the devil himself. Thank you. That reminds me. Here comes another one. Yes, you quite literally beat the living daylights out of me after that. It's a small wonder that I was even able to wake up at all. Though I almost wish I hadn't. Once the sun rises fully and the others also wake up, we'll be put through that hellish ordeal once again. This is going to go on for a month? I'm not one to shirk off training solely because it's tough, but this is truly something else. Is it even training? It's just beating you so the primordial panacea can work better, right? Gil, are you alright? Senior brother! Are those tears? I can't do this anymore. Are you gravely injured perhaps? It's not that, brother. It's my chi. My precious chi. I have more chi than I could ever have dreamed of. Yeah. Wait, isn't that a good thing? I'm telling you, I'm overflowing with damn chi. So much that it's healed all my scrapes and bruises overnight. You know what that means? That monster's going to put me through it all over again. Oh, after MC Reincarnate was like, nah. How old am I? 15? 16? Maybe? I don't know. Like, this is what I'm saying though. Like, he keeps on beating them so the primordial chi will be used up. Come to think of it. You're right, my chi reserve has expanded too. Had I broken a limb or two, there's a chance he might have let me off lightly today. You beat me black and blue, yet now I feel better than ever. Woo! What kind of sense does that make? Percussive chi vitalization, he called it. I had no idea just how percussive it would be, but I suppose this proves its efficiency at least. Who would have thought such a ridiculous method would actually work? Ah, Sinner brother, you don't look so well. Just how badly did Chongmyung beat you? What are you kids whispering about? Oh no, he's awake. We were discussing our present physical state, if you must know. I never knew it was possible to literally beat chi into people. No, he's not beating chi into people. Oh my god, he's not beating it into you. He's beating you so that chi will go out of your dantian and or into your dantian or whatever and just go around your body. You are absorbing the chi by healing injuries, basically. Because he sees everyone as children. Of course it is. Why else do you think I strain myself to beat the living crap out of all of you? Oh, how generous of you. I really appreciate it. I can hardly question your methods since the results are as clear as day. But their working still elude me. I was told that percussive chi vitalization merely serves to unblock inhibited chi pathways. You're not wrong, but what I did do is somewhat different from conventional methods. Oh, then you mean you use some other technique? What you call this method? Beating the shit out of crushing heads. Oh, it's called beat the crap out of you and see what happens. Do not stop me, Yunjung! You deserve the blade for the good of the realm. Very well, you did precisely that. But what does that have to do with our chi? You don't get it? Seriously? Ugh. The primordial panacea is a healing concoction. How did you build these thick lumps? Huh? I'm referring to your muscles. What did you do to grow them? My muscles? I suppose I trained them. Just so. But what is it about training that grows muscles? Oh. Simple. You tear them apart. What on earth do you mean? I'm saying your muscles have to be torn apart. Are you saying that we have to destroy our muscles to build them anew? Yep. It's not just our muscles either. Every wounded part must grow to heal. Our skin forms scar tissue to cover old wounds, and our bones grow thicker from each fracture. Does this mean like he's doing this to himself as well? He breaks his arms and hacks himself? Nah, I can't do that. Doesn't apply to every situation. But the broad principle remains the same. I guess he just absorbed everything. Or at least he absorbed everything he could and then just let out the rest. In other words, the best way to train our bodies is to endure and recover from physical damage. It may seem like primitive caveman logic, but it's the truth. As a matter of fact, it's a cornerstone of training methods in the external arts. Some choose to whip themselves bloody or shove their hands in the piping hot sand. I'm sure you all heard of Shaolin's extreme training regimens for its external chi arts. Be that as it may, such brutal methods are for external bodily arts, not internal chi. You'd be surprised! We do the same thing at Mount Hua, do we not? How many times did the skin of your palms tear and bleed when you first wielded a wooden sword? Calluses. But what about now? Do you see even this tiniest welt on your hands, even after swinging your sword all day long? I suppose not. The human body is designed to grow tougher with each injury it endures. Obviously, too grave a wound might pose a risk to your very life, but measured tests of your resilience will only make you stronger. The same applies to internal chi. Think about it, an internal wound refers to damage sustained to one's chi, and there's no doubt that the process of restoring damaged chi leads to more powerful chi reserve than before. You say that, but it's almost unheard of for one's chi to grow to such a vast extent upon recovering from an internal wound. Of course not. There's only so much chi you can amass from within yourself, the primordial. Lucky for you, then, that you've been infused with an immense reserve of chi that you can absorb right away without years of chi circulating. I see that. That's why, yeah. It really is quite simple when you think about it. By striking certain spots along your chi pathways to cause controlled internal wounds, your body begins to draw on chi to heal from the damage. Eventually it finds other sources of chi within your body. Then its existing chi reserve and begins to absorb it as its own. As long as there are enough building blocks to take and put to use for rebuilding, even a crumbling ruin can be built anew, bigger and stronger than ever before. As I said, it's a simple principle that applies to both body and chi. You mean to tell me that the hellish beating you doled out was a way to cause internal wounds to coax our bodies into absorbing the primordial panacea's chi infusion? Yes. Correct? Incredible. By the blossoms. I never once imagined you could be capable of such profound theoretical reasoning. So you do have a brain after all. Oh my god. I'll remember that. It's like, I'll remember that. No wonder they're incredulous. These are hard-earned lessons I garnered from the countless battles I fought, where life and death were traded as freely as blows and blades. Though I made sure to distill these principles down to their very basics for these youngsters, safety and depth of understanding shouldn't come as a surprise that these notions are difficult to grasp in the absence of first-hand experience. Well, no need to rack your poor brains over it. Consider it the same idea as sparring. Every time you spar with me, for example, you come away with a busted head, but also some valuable life lessons. Isn't that so? On that note, don't worry. Be happy. These won't kill you. What? Since when do people die from a bit of light sparring? I never heard anything of the sort. Light sparring, you say? Light sparring, my ass. No wonder you haven't. Dead men tell no tales. Hey. So to summarize, if we endure this personal beatdown under the pretense of training, we can become much stronger within a far shorter period of time. Precisely. I want to see you hold out for as long as you can until the end. You can even draw your blade if you think it'll help. You might regret saying so, Changmyong. A scar or two from this blade would render that already smug face of yours even more unsightly. This is why I have a soft spot for you, senior brother Bakshian. No matter how many times I beat and trample you, you just won't give up. Do your worst then. Here I come, you insolent pup. Fight for your life! Not bad, but not good enough. Too slow. Me. How strange indeed. 5 days have passed already. Even healthy youths in peak shape like them should barely be able to walk after receiving such hellacious beatings day and night for 5 whole days. But each time they fall and rise again, they seem to charge back in with even more vigor than the very first day their training began. Whether it's the one doing the thrashing or the others who are on the receiving end, this counts as a training arc. I mean, for them at least. I don't know if it counts for Changmyong. At this point, I'll be hard pressed to say which is more impressive than which. Your legs, damn it. I keep telling you, it's all in the legs. I've spent the better part of a year telling you useless smucks to focus on your stance. To focus on your stance. Goddamn stance. And what have you learned? Nothing. Not a damn thing. Come on, you guys. You can do better than that. Except for how to play dead, I suppose. Your chi circulation and do your chi circulations and rest up until I return. Where are you going? To answer the call of nature. What's it to you? I hope he trips on a tree root and breaks his smug nose on the ground. As if that would happen. More likely his bulbous head would split the very earth open. Oh, god damn it, earthquake! No! What did he just... Wait, did he just... Why is he... Let nature do its job. Let nature... Nature! Hmm? What is it? Senior brother? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at it like that? Let me ask you a question. Have any of you seen Chongmyung shed a drop of sweat? Sweat? What do you mean, brother? I mean in literal sense. Have you ever seen that reprobates break a sweat? Well, reprobate or not, I hope he's as human as the rest of us. Actually, he's like, actually, you're right. I haven't seen him sweat before. Come to think of it, he did not break his sweat the entire way through the sword crypt. I mean, he did break his sweat when he lifted those huge-ass rocks when he was a child, you know? A few years ago. Him being the formidable beast that he is, I didn't even give it a second thought. Why do you ask him, brother? No, it's nothing. Pay it no mind. Yo, did he... To answer the call of nature, what's it to you? I know what I saw. What? The back of his head was drenched in sweat. Oh! A monster fought toe to toe with an elder of the Wudang sect, and yet now he grows fatigued from a sparring match against us. Yeah, you're getting strong. This is not to say that our prowess now matches his. After all, not even the primordial panacea would put us on an equal footing to Wudang elder. This can only mean one thing. All of you, heed me closely. Ow, 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 ow! Heed you closely. What can it mean? It's tired. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, my tired old bones. Honestly, brother Seculator, they'll be the death of me. Percussive chi vitalization sounds easy in name. But what I'm doing is worlds apart from a glorified massage, but by some charlatan. Oh, I see. He has to use so much concentration to hit them in the right spots. I'm delivering precise, measured strikes to inject my own chi while avoiding any harm to their bodies. Ah. Wait, so he's using his own chi. I thought it would just damage them. Any excess on their chi pathways will be damaged beyond repair, while any less in my efforts will be in vain. A perfect equilibrium of force. This is a technique that only bears fruit when applied meticulously, with full knowledge of each recipient's varying degree of chi. I wouldn't even dare attempt it, had I not taken the primordial panacea myself. And even then, every time I administer the technique, it leaves me in an exhausted daze with my focus entirely spent. What's worse, I won't see a single penny for my troubles. You won't? You will only lose? Alright, brother, I get your message. I don't need a ghost scolding me! Stupid leaf. Even without my help, I'm sure they'll manage to fully absorb Panacea's chi eventually. However, there's no guarantee how soon that will be. There's a world of difference between ascending a mountain, even if the climb is not steep, for someone who has reached its peak once before, and another who is doing so at a leisurely pace. Yeah, I would do it at a leisurely. Hey, chill, it's just a walk! In time, the gap between the two will only widen until it cannot be reconciled. The path ahead will be arduous and full of peril. After all, it is a lonely journey to forge so far ahead of others. Is he going to try and get them to almost his level? Even so, as I watch them all improve day by day, a desire grows within me to impart every bit of my knowledge and steel them for the path ahead. I want each passing moment to lend weight to their blade. Having said that, I suppose it's something of a relief that they've already long surpassed the Chung line of disciples. Oh, damn. From back in my day. It's funny how they used to avoid my training like the plague. Let me see. I'll teach those green hordes everything I know, and in turn, they'll go on to train the others and maybe even take on disciples of their own, and form a virtuous cycle that will one day strengthen Mount Hua as a whole. Is this what you meant, brother Sect leader? Is that the flower? Nope. Perhaps that day will come sooner than I expect. I'll look forward to the day that I'll no longer carry my brothers on my back, but entrust my back to them in stalwart faith. What a bunch of freeloaders. They have no idea the lengths I'm going to for their sakes. What is this, a post-toilet welcome party? Did I tell you all to rest? Rest? No rest for the wicked, Changmyang. We're only just getting started. Yeah, but if it's too much for you, feel free to sit this one out. Hope you're not too tired for some nighttime training. I'm sure he'll be just fine with some fresh air, blowing right through the gaping wounds I'll give him. One more round. On guard. Oh. Well, isn't that a real treat? Looks like I've been way too lax with my training regimen. Since you're all so eager, let me teach you a proper lesson this time. Come! One. Come all. Don't be shy. Charge! Let me get one hit in before he murders me. This time we'll bust his head open. See? This is why I just can't help but have a soft spot for these fools. Brother Sect leader. The best days of Mount Hua may be ahead of us yet. Here we are, young masters, the city of Chengdu. Easy, boys. Easy. The fuck, they look dead! He looks dead! Here we are, in Suquan at last! Dear brother, isn't Suquan only halfway to Yunnan? I don't know how much more of this we can take. Huh. You're lucky you're lucky it only took us so long. 2 more days of beatings and we really would have gotten somewhere. Well, at least you all made it here alive. If it's alright with you, young masters, I'll be taking the carriage to Yunnan Trading Company's Siquan branch for maintenance. What will you do now? You're welcome to join me, of course. We sent word ahead to the Siquan branch to gather as much intelligence out of Yunnan as possible, but I see. With all due respect, we may need more intel than your organization alone can gather. Like how he wants to help them grow after so many selfish, lonely protagonists. Yeah, that is true. But that is because he needs them, though. He needs them to grow. He can't resurrect Mount Hua by himself. Indeed, in all honesty, I don't see how Yunnan Trading Company could possibly get you into Yunnan, young masters. We did dabble in trading with the province in the past, to be sure, but our role was mostly that of middlemen, shipping goods from smaller companies to the rest of the realm, rather than dispatching caravans ourselves. As such, I'm afraid our intelligence has yet to penetrate through Yunnan. I apologize that we can only aid you so much, young masters. On the other hand, we have plenty of lodgings to offer you, so by all means, feel free to come by our branch if you're in need of a place to stay. Not at all, we truly appreciate the thought. First, we shall make some inquiries of our own, then head to the Siquan branch. Please go and take some time to recover from the trip yourself. Come, let us head inside. Yes, brother. Bear this one thing in mind, however. We came here to find a way into Yunnan, not to cause a scene, a ruckus, or any kind of trouble. Siquan is the territory of the Tang clan. Not only that, the base of the Qincheng sect is situated nearby, meaning that Chengdu is often visited by Qincheng disciples. And though less likely, we may also cross paths with the lady monks of the MA sect. Let us conduct ourselves with dignity, as representatives of Mount Hua. Ease up, senior brother. I'm sure they all know exactly how to act in public. It's you I'm most concerned about. For the moment, let us split up and gather information on the streets. Ah, sure. Chungbang, you're coming with me. You just said split up. Yeah, you're coming with me. We shall pay a visit to the Gaibang cell to start with, but I dare say news of Yunnan easier to find among merchants and the beggars. After that, we ought to chase up any knowledgeable sources we can find. Lead the way, senior brother. Sounds like a waste of time to me. That's enough out of you! For all we know, even the most minor lead could determine the outcome of our mission. Let's get to it. Hey yo, anyone there? Given how close Sequan is to Yunnan, you'd think the people here would have more to offer in the way of news. How is it that no one in this entire city seems to know anything? I've never been so dumbfounded by a visit to Gaibang. I can tell you that much. A way to get into Yunnan, you say? How on earth would we know? All we were told was that they had no information to offer, since Yunnan's far too barren and inhospitable for even the hardiest of beggars to make a living there. It's not as though the merchants were any better. I suppose they're not to blame either. If there are no open roads to Yunnan, let alone caravan routes. I hardly think that's the real reason, brother. Gaibang, I can excuse, but I doubt the merchants are being entirely honest with us. I reckon they know more than they're letting on. Is that so? But why? Because they have no reason to help us, of course. What would they stand to gain from it? Yes, we would need to pay them. What would they gain? But we offered plenty of coins for information. That's not enough. Coins alone won't cut it. We should have hidden our plum blossom emblems at the very least. Sequan isn't as friendly toward outsiders as you might expect. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Mind you, it's always been distant from the heartland because of both actual distance and historical feuds. But above all that, this entire region is under the influence of the Sequan Tong clan, which means it's impossible to get by in Chengdu without staying in the Tong clan's good graces. That's why the folks around here aren't exactly happy to welcome outsiders, clad in martial arts uniforms bearing another sect's emblem. Yeah, then why didn't you say so earlier? If I did, would you have taken the uniform off? Who's your favorite non-MC Mount Hua student here? Probably Jogol. Probably Jogol. Ah, hell no. What do I care if some country hicks won't give us a time of day? I'd rather die than hide in these blossoms. Except that one time in Nanyang when you decided to sneak out in a mask, you're comparing apples to oranges. That was different. Either way, what I'm saying is that we won't get anywhere like this. Also, that wasn't me. You're kidding me? What makes you say that was me? If we really want information, we need to seek cooperation from the Tongs. Or at least hide the fact that we're complete outsiders to the province. Well said, but how do you even know these things, family? Hold on a moment. You're a Sequan native, are you not? I seem to recall hearing brief mention at your family's base in the province somewhere. Am I correct? I mean, you're not wrong. Hence your familiarity with the region. Speaking of which, brother Jogo, aren't your parents some kind of merchants themselves? What? What was the point of wandering around like paupers then? We could have simply gone to see your family. Wait, don't tell me. This whole time you've had us go on a wild goose chase around Chengdu just because you didn't want us in your family home? Man, you're a real piece of work. Something about a pot and a kettle comes to mind. What the hell? Whatever. I'm not one to hold a grudge. It's alright. We're all brothers and sisters here. Let me guess. Your family sent you away because they didn't want you around. That's why you're so hesitant to go back. Let alone bring a raggedy bunch like us in tow. You know what? You're not the only unwanted son around here. Just ask senior brother Bak Chia. I'll have you know that I left my family home of my own accord. Sure you did. And we all believe you. Right? Right. Anyway, considering we have no leads to speak of so far, why don't we pay your family visit, brother? Fine. Have it your way. Chengdu Trading Company. Yeah, this doesn't go well. Damn! Look at that creaky old signboard. Sure brings back memories, doesn't it? So what? You're the second son of a merchant family, down on hard times, hoping to restore the family name by training at Mount Hua. Well, since we're here, why don't we pay our respects to your folks? Wait, that's not your place? That's not my family home. It's this way. Huh? But I don't see anything. Yo, he's rich. Beyond the compare. You mean this place? Are you sure this isn't the Emperor's second palace? Home sweet home. But the plum blossoms, if Elder Hyun could see us now. Brother, I didn't know you came from money. Oh, nah. You shouldn't have told Changmyong. He is obsessed with money, and you know it. That thing's bigger than every gate at Mount Hua put together. My God. Yeah. What? Wait, this is your family home? You mean you worked here as a servant? Right? Indulging in the delusion is not the solution, Brother Jogol. Nope. My family owns this place. By the blossoms, I have so much newfound respect for you already. Huh? I mean, come now, senior brother. Can you blame me? They say that a person's face tells a tale of the life they live. One look at your mug and no one would ever take you for a rich merchant's son. More like a country hick. Alright, that's it. Bagil! Wasn't it Jogol? Like, why did they change his name? Bagil! Was it? Or is Jogol another character? I meant Gil then. Bagil, you told me that your family merely owned a tiny trading company out in the country. No offense meant, but I never questioned it since it suited you so well. Are you calling me a hick too, brother? Oh, no, I certainly wouldn't dream of it. The one time you open your eyes and it's to tell a bold-faced lie. The one time you open your eyes. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a little surprised, that's all. But I guess it happens quite often. The black sheep of a wealthy family getting shipped off to boarding school. Or in this case, a dying sect. That's enough out of you. Oh, I love Changmyong. Who goes there? How dare you cause such a racket outside the Four Seas Trading Company gates? Hey, Dad. What business do you have here? Overseer Sam. I guess not that then. Huh? Master! Second young master Gil. It was Gil. Was it Gil? Jogo. It depends on the translation. Okay, but I'm pretty sure... Wait, did they say Jogol in like Astra and Gil always in webtoon? I might just... Master, praise the heavens. What a magnificent gentleman you've become. Mr. Sam, please calm down. Brother Yunjong. Do the words magnificent and gentleman mean something else in Sequan? Who knows? Perhaps they speak a peculiar dialect. Be honest, brother. Are you hiding some sort of grandiose background as well? You might be some high official son, for example. No, I'm an orphan. So you still might be. Oh my god, that means you're the Emperor's child. No, my mother and father are dead. How do you know? See, that's more like it. You and me both. You and me both. You there, inform the president that the second young master has returned. Go. Yes, sir. You have no idea how dearly your father has missed you, young master. Please, right this way. Let's not have you and your companions idle outside. Sure. Chong is just like, hey, you don't have to be ashamed of being thrown out. What do you mean he's missed you? Gil! Oh, you heartless boy. What took you so long? And not a word of you coming either. I'm sorry, mother, father. And here I am born an orphan and reborn as a beggar. Life is so unfair. He has money. Why is he at Mount Hua? Yeah, why is he at Mount Hua? Let's see. So you're all about the high life, eh? Well, slap my dog down and call me Changmyong. I had no idea we were dealing with a prince here, folks. How on earth did you survive in a pigsty like Mount Hua for so long? Once we enter the sect, we are all brothers and disciples, each the same as any other. The circumstance of our birth matters not. I'll bet. Yo, he looks completely different. I'll bet. 3 orphans, 1 runaway. Ah, nah. You did not just say that. Take senior brother Bak Jian here, for instance. Sure, he has a family, but he's one of us. His family got so sick of him that they kicked him out. I left on my own accord, thank you very much. Yet there you were, sitting on piles of cash while our beloved sect crumbled to the ground without contributing a penny. You could have brought Hua in twice over with your pocket money alone. Pocket money? I'm not a child to be begging my parents for coins at this age. Besides, it's not my money. Traitor. Rich boy. Come. Let us not fall Jogol for something entirely out of his control. Hey! Why does he say Jogol? Is Gil just like pet name? The assumptions we made about him were ours alone, and it isn't as though he lied to us. I imagine he had his reasons. Look at you rich boys sticking together in the face of the starving masses. Excuse us while we eat over there in the corner like the unwanted orphans that we are. Save the class struggle for another time, will you? We have a mission to think about. So, did your father tell you anything useful? Truth be told, I haven't had a chance to speak with him about it. Why not? Well, you see, I've already long overstayed the time I was supposed to spend at Mount Hua. By rights, I should have come home last year to help with the family business already. Why didn't you? Well, I hate to admit it, but it's because I finally met someone with a vision. Things simply turn out that way. So as it stands, my father is under the impression that I've left Mount Hua and am home for good. I have to find some way to set things straight with him. Don't trouble yourself. The four of us can handle the mission, I'm sure. How can you say that? I'm a disciple of Mount Hua just like you. I'll track your footprints all the way to Yunnan if I must. Like I said, don't trouble yourself, my lord. You just stay comfy right here. Teasing aside, Changmyang, is Jogol standing truly so lofty? Take a look around you, senior brother. This place isn't far behind Yuna's trading company in terms of scale and grandeur. And what would that make senior brother Jogol? He's going to be the future vice president of this trading company, at the very least. That puts him on par with vice president Zhang Ui Wang of Yuna. Wait, when you put it that way, it doesn't sound all that impressive. Indeed not. Make your mind up, you fool! Hey, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound that impressive. Senior brother, I've been asked to dine with my family this evening, so make sure to speak with them about finding a path to Yuna. I love how he's talking to him and ignoring Chuck. Very well, I imagine it'll be a tricky topic to broach, but I have faith in your tact. Whether we strike a deal with the palace of southern beasts or sneak our way to the dusk tint blue, it won't do us any good to attract suspicion the very moment we reach Yunnan. Should you require our aid in any way, do not hesitate to come to us. We shall do our utmost to help. Of course, senior brother. What? We haven't caught a glimpse of you in 5 years, and all you have to say to us is that you need a way to sneak into Yunnan. Have you any idea what kind of place Yunnan has become these days? I know full well, father. Oh, you do you? And need I remind you, it's already been a year since the day you promised to return home. We kept so anxiously wondering what's become of you, yet you mean to tell me you're leaving us again. What on earth are you thinking, my boy? This is precisely why I didn't want to come home. Father, this mission to Yunnan is a duty I must fulfill for my sect. No, your duty is to return to Chengdu and take up the family business. But you have my older brother for that. Do you recall nothing of our family tradition? It's our clan's way of life and honored custom to work together as a family for the good of our company. Be that as it may, I've already given my word to my sect leader to bring this mission in Yunnan to success. And what of the word he gave to me? Enough, this is not a subject up for debate. We allowed you to enlist in a collapsing sect so that you could test yourself to your heart's content, far from our company's influence. I had every faith that you would come into your own by learning to take on all manners of hardship without our help. But to say that you'll forsake our promise and become a recluse in some crumbling mountain temple is another matter entirely. It's not crumbling anymore, that I do not fault you for worrying about your sect's future. Even so, do you not see that the Four Seas Trading Company and your own kin need you just as much as your brothers do? Please, Gil, you are my son. How could you be so heartless to your father who worries night and day while you're away in some distant land. Father, all I ask is this one favor, to find a way to Yunnan. Such obstinacy. This is a duty I must fulfill both as a disciple of Mount Hua and as a man. I will not be able to turn my attention elsewhere before I see this work finished. Please, Father, grant me this one chance to stay true to my word. My boy. I see that your resolve is nigh unshakable. However, not even I have some miraculous means of teleporting you all to Yunnan. Let us put this matter to rest, and I saw in the Chengdu town market that pu'er tea from Yunnan somehow made it here. In fact, our very own trading company seems to be dealing in the same tea. I hardly think that would be possible without an open trade route. Even with the southern Man tribe's blockade, I imagine some small volume of trade is still taking place. Am I wrong, Father? How could you possibly know that? Whether it's smuggling or official trade with a permit from the place of southern beasts, there must be a caravan of some sort that crosses between here and Yunnan. You'd only need to let us join it in disguise, Father. We'll carry the shipment on our backs if we must. Out of the question. Am I right to suspect that this mission of yours would have you cross into dangerous territory under false pretenses and face even greater perils once you're there? What sort of parent in their right mind would gladly send their child to risk their life for such folly? Not us, certainly. We absolutely forbid it, Mother. But Mother, you are the one who told me time and time again that to be a merchant is to live a life fraught with risk. What kind of a merchant would I be if I was afraid to join a caravan that's already traveling to Yunnan for the sake of the company? This is something I must do, Mother. Please let me go with my Sect brothers. As if you have any intention of becoming a merchant. As if you have any intention. Will you insist on leaving no matter what? I will, Father. And if I will not allow it, what will you do then? With all due respect, I would march to Yunnan on my own 2 feet with a plum blossom crest showing proudly on my chest. My boy, I suppose you become a man now. Fine, but I will leave my final decision until I've met with your fellow disciples who will accompany you to Yunnan. I need to know whether I can trust my son's safety to them. You want to meet the others? Yes, and that is my final offer. Will you take it or not? This is a bad idea. Do you have to meet all of them, Father? Do you have to meet all of them, like in a hide one? I love it. Do you have to like meet all of them? Isn't like most of them enough? Wait. And hence I felt it was only right to host you all for dinner. Please, young masters, consider our home as your own and rest at ease. I apologize for my late greeting, sir. I am Bog Chion, a 2nd grade disciple of the Mount Hua Sect. Pray pardon my lack of forethought, as well in visiting my junior brother's family home, empty-handed and without proper notice. Oh. Now there's a charming young man, and with excellent manners to boot. Yeah, that's not the one. Even the way he carries himself is the very picture of gentlemanly conduct. I think that Mount Hua has trained so many talented young people. Young masters, there's something troubling your companion. He's seeing good food, isn't he? Not at all, Miss President. You needn't pay him any heed whatsoever. I'm afraid our poor Sect brother was born that way. Ah, goodness. Gimme. Wine or soju. Give me that alcohol. If I may, I'm told you wish to speak with us on the matter of our mission to Yunnan. Indeed, I did. We were overjoyed to welcome our son home after 5 years of absence without even a single letter to speak of. But now he tells us he is fixing to leave again, and to Yunnan of all places. I'm sure you can imagine how exasperated my wife and I are as his parents. Our family arguing with their kid cause they genuinely care. That's rare. Yeah, that's rare. As you doubtlessly heard, Yunnan is a treacherous place with deadly perils. If you haven't guessed by now, young masters, the reason why I gathered you here is to see for myself whether my son will be accompanied by fellow disciples who can be trusted with his life amid the dangers he'll face in Yunnan. I understand, Mr. President. Let me assure you, you have naught to worry about. Also, it's only natural for parents to fret over the prospect of their children venturing forth to dangerous lands. As such, we will not be taking Brother Jogol with us, do you know? Wait, what? He's staying? What? No! You can't leave, Gil. What the? You're not going anywhere without me, brother. I'm coming with you, and that's that. You can snap my legs in two, and I'll crawl after you if I must. Don't you dare anything about leaving me behind. Sit. Senior brother, I said sit, Jogol. I swore before the Sect elders that I'd go to Yunnan with you and help our mission to succeed. You can try to stop me if you'd like, Senior brother, but it won't do you any good. Is that truly how you see it? See what? I'm asking you whether the elders would have allowed you to come had they known about your family circumstances. The ties of our sect tenets are important to us, but so are the familial bonds of blood. What kind of righteous path do you follow that you'd so readily betray your word to your parents? Senior brother, that's not righteous, my ass. Take it from me, the only righteous path in life is to do whatever you please. Enough, Chungmyeon. Just think about it. Senior brother, does any of this sound fair to you? What does fairness have to do with it? I'm saying, how does it sit right with you to abandon our sect, brother, just so we can take the easy road to Yunnan? If you ask me, I'd rather take the hard way instead. This is a matter for Jogol's household to determine. Sure, but our business is off the sect, his chosen family. We have no say in whether Brother Jogol chooses his blood family or his sect family, Senior brother. The choice is Brother Jogol's alone, not anybody else's. Though you might be his senior, that doesn't mean you have the right to force his hand. There's only so much authority you can have over his heart. So what will you do, brother? Huh? I saying that it's up to me? Of course it is. Did I stutter? But Senior Brother Bakchian's not wrong. We need my family's aid to pass through Yunnan. No, we don't. Damn it! I'm done with your fretting and whining already. Who do you think you're talking to? The palace of southern beasts? More like the palace of busted eggs. Kiss my plum blossoms. Stop giving a hoot what anyone thinks and do what your heart tells you. In an odd sort of way, it calms me to see Changmyeon being his usual, all too boisterous self. Now what I want is... Master. What is it? I'm afraid we are surrounded. We have visitors. We have yet more guests. Oh shit. Who the fuck would visit us at this hour of day? The Four Seas Trading Company. An institution whose prestige is unparalleled in Chengdu, Sichuan. There are only two types of visitors who would dare to knock on its gates in the discourteous hours of the night. First, those who are desperate enough to forego protocol for the urgency of a trade deal. Please, sirs, you cannot enter without an appointment. I must insist that you wait outside the gates. Second, on the other hand, this area is off limits to unauthorized visitors. You cannot proceed. Inform the president at once. Stand aside, all of you. Yes, Mr. President. I know that face. Yan Tong. Oh, the Tong clan. How nice. Young Master Tong, to what do we owe this pleasure? The pleasure is all mine, I assure you, Mr. President. Yan Tong, the fifth son of the head of the Sichuan Tong clan. In a familial faction where blood ties thrum for all else, his standing is as central as it gets. For such a core member of the Sichuan Tong clan to come barging in unannounced. I dare say this is no mere courtesy call, to say the least. Yeah, we know why he's there. Not at all! To have the presence of the Tong clan's heroes is an honor in itself. I hope you'll pardon my impertinence, but what brings you to our humble establishment so late at night? With such short notice, I fear we do our company's name a disservice by failing to host you with the grand hospitality you deserve. I apologize for this unexpected visit, but I'm afraid my competitive nature got the better of me. I can only hope you'll not hold it against us, Mr. President. Competitive nature? He is there for the Blessed Dragon, isn't he? Your competitive nature? I hardly think there's anyone under my roof who would challenge you, young master. Ah, but your second son. I was told that he has finally returned from his studies in some faraway province. Oh no. Oh no, he about to get his ass whooped. And I don't mean Jogol. Now have the Tong sort of news already. Even within the Chengdu walls, surely the word of his arrival barely half a day ago would not travel so fast. Has the clan's influence gained hold across the entirety of Chengdu? Was I misinformed, perhaps? No, you heard correctly, young master. My wayward son has only just returned home earlier today, as it happens. Huh, it is an auspicious day then. I confess my family too once had its sights set upon young master Jogol's talents. When we first heard that you had decided to send him somewhere other than the Sequan Tong clan, we were all quite distraught by the news. Especially the patriarch himself, the patriarch of the Sequan Tongs. Mere mention of the head of the household dispels any notion that this was just some trifling visit fueled by the hubris of youth. Then what is the true intent behind this visit? He wants to embarrass him, right? As far as I'm aware, young Master Jogol entered the Mount Hua Sect, did he not? We simply came to save our curiosity, so to speak. What did he learn at Mount Hua precisely? That was worth spurning my family's invitation to train at the Tong estate. I'm sure you'll agree it would put our disappointment to the rest if young Master Jogol has returned with some astonishing attainment, wouldn't you agree? Yo, could you imagine if Chongmyong didn't come to Mount Hua and Jogol had left for home a year ago without learning basically anything? I had a feeling they would come calling eventually, but not quite so soon or so suddenly. The supremacy of the Sequan Tong clan. The Tong family's prestige was long sustained by inducting the scions of all prestigious families in Chengdu into the Tong estate to be trained in the clan's martial arts. But a shell of the martial art philosophy with no substance to its name, the Tong clan style was traditionally the sole preserve of those who bear the surname of Tong. So loath were they to let the style escape from their control that they prohibited even their own daughters from learning its techniques. In other words, only male children with the surname of Tong had the right to study the family's art of hidden weapons. What this meant for their disciples from other families was that they were trained in a pale imitation of the Tong clan's true art. Nipping in the bud any ambitions that they might have had of devoting themselves to the path of martial arts. The other families were thus robbed of their martial strength, driven to dependence on the Tong clan through the bond of affiliation, in a regional hierarchy that persists to this day. So I thought he chose Mount Hua or like someone else in Tong clan because he wanted to not have the riches help him to get where he wanted. But no, it's like also the Tong clan would have destroyed him. Jogol, to his credit, wanted not to do with this devious tradition. Father, why would I ever want to be puppet of the Tongs? And I too supported his decision. After all, no father would be pleased his son become a puppet of another family. I had to find a place that would not cause offense among the Tongs, where my son could grow in the merits of his own efforts. Above all, it had to be somewhere situated far away from Sequan. After some painstaking agonizing, I settled on the Mount Hua site at last. It was the perfect place to hide my son from the Tongs. Goodness, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. As you know, young Master Tong, Mount Hua is nothing but a fallen sect these days. I only sent my boy there to get his penchant for swordplay out of his system. It was no slight against the Tong clan, of course. I understand, Mr. President. However, it's rather odd that you would refer to Mount Hua as a fallen sect, is it not? I doubt there are many who are better informed of its current resurgence than yourself. A pity indeed. Your paltry excuse tells me everything I need to know of your ignorance as to the heart of the rumors. The tale of Mount Hua's revival echoes throughout the central plains as we speak, and at the heart of it there are 5 names that ring out in particular. Third grade Mount Hua disciples Jogol and Yunjong. Second grade disciples Bak, Chion and Isiol Yu. Their names have scarcely left the lips of martial artists and civilians alike of late. How does he know every last one of my son's companions? Yo, wait, have you not figured this out? Yo, you're a merchant! You're a famous merchant guild or whatever, right? Merchant, you're a famous merchant company. And you haven't heard anything about your son's endeavors? How does he know? Surely not even the Sequan Tong clan could have identified them all so quickly in barely a day. Could it be that these rumors he speaks of have some truth to them after all? Oh, so he has heard them, of course, he just doesn't believe them. One of the 5 prodigies who spread Mount Hua's name across the realm. Jogo. My own son. In particular, the blessed dragon of Mount Hua. I hear you have the greatest rising prodigy of the realm himself in your hospitality in this very moment. It would certainly be arrogant of me to compare myself to him. But I would be remiss as a martial artist of Chengdu to let him leave our fine city without first paying my respects. Yeah, why do I feel like Chongmeng is just like, nah, I'm gonna fight Jogo. Like, you're not on my level. The blessed dragon of Mount Hua. And one of Jogo's companions is the wanted blessed dragon of Hearsay. Yeah, he thinks it's him. He's like, it has to be Bak Chia. This is the blessed dragon. Yo! Could you imagine? Like, he's just like, no, is it him? No, is it him? Is it her? Everyone except. Oh, no. If I were to take a guess, yeah. Then you wish to see young Master Bak Chia. Bak Chia. Mr. President, please, I thought you were above playing these childish games. I wonder if trading between Yunnan and Sequan alone has dulled your ear for news from the Central Plains, or if you outright mean to make a fool of me for your own amusement. What do you mean, young master? I would not dream of it. Huh. No matter, I hardly think your intentions will be of any consequence. To cut to the chase, might I request a meeting with your esteemed guests from Mount Hua, so that I can welcome them to Chengdu on behalf of my clan? What choice do I have? For any merchant who calls Chengdu home, the word of the Tong clan carries absolute authority. And yet, Jogel's companions are his Sect seniors, not to mention guests of the Four Seas Trading Company. It would be entirely dishonorable of me to cast them to the wolves of the Tong clan as they bear their fangs. What if I feel like Chongmeng is about to come through the freaking gate? And I mean like through the gate. Especially knowing the feral tenacity with which they would seek payback for any slight real or imagined. There's simply no good option. I understand you're eager to meet our guests, young master, but I'm afraid they've retired to bed for the night. If you'll return tomorrow, I'd be happy to bed. Are these Mount Hua disciples mere children to sleep so early? I mean, yes, they are actually children. Though I suppose I should expect no better from the lazy followers of some fallen sect. They must be weary from the long journey. Mr. President, this is official business of the Sequan Tong clan. Need I remind you the consequences of interfering in my family's affairs? Of course not, young master. Oh my, do pardon my manners. I did not mean for my words to come across as a threat. Please accept my apology. Pay it no mind. Still, I must say our Mount Hua counterparts seem to carry their pride rather lightly. No doubt they can hear everything I'm saying, yet they choose to cower behind your company. Hey, calm it for once in your life! We're not in Hawaiian anymore, you brute! Sect leader himself said not to cause trouble! Yo, he's like, they're real quiet in there. They must be hearing us. Hey, God, for once in your life, we're not in Hawaiian anymore, you brute! Sect leader himself said not to cause trouble! Like I said, through the goddamn... Huh. And who might you be, sir? I could ask you the same thing. But I already know exactly what to call rude little bandits like you who come barging at night. First name, Head. First name, Head. Second name, Bust. First name, Head. Second name, Busted. Yeah, I'm a bust that Head. I'm a bed host. What? No. Hosting. Shh, fuck, I'm drunk. What? Who is this half-wit drunkard? The crest of Mount Hua. I swear you kids these days wouldn't know good manners if they slapped you in the face. So Tony. And who might you be, sir? Didn't your mommy and daddy ever teach you to introduce yourself before you ask for somebody else's name? Your ancestors will be turning in their graves. I beg your pardon, sirs. I'm afraid our friend here had a little too much to drink. 1,000 apologies and good evening to you. Come, drag him back inside. Changmyang, please, Changmyang. Hold on a moment. Do you mean to tell me that drunkard is a blessed dragon? The blessed dragon. The blessed dragon of Mount Hua. Hey, get off me! Because it's the blessed dragon they want. I'm gonna be dragging these nuts. I'm gonna be dragging these. Enough! No one said anything about a dragon. Indeed, you misheard. Let us head back inside, Changmyang. I'm telling you, I heard what they said. Alright, you got my undivided attention. Now what? I apologize for speaking heedlessly, young master. I'm Yantang, from the Tong clan of Chengdu. Tong who? Oh, you mean those sneaky Sequan thongs. That certainly tracks, but at least your kin has some manners back in my day. Since when do fancy folks like yourselves come banging on a poor merchant's door in the middle of the night like some common thugs? Shame on you! Well, I got half a mind to dig up all the tongues I used to know and ask them what the hell happened. 24 strike social etiquette slap technique! Truly, young masters, I can only beg your forgiveness. Take that and that! Ugh. I'm Bak Chion of the Mount Hua Sect. Bak Chion. The righteous Blossom Blade. Then you must be the one who defeated the Blade Dragon of Wudang. Indeed, but I'm afraid the moniker is far loftier than I deserve. Finally, someone with whom I can have a civilized conversation. I believe you've gotten a gist of the matter at hand. Master Bak Chion, I shall not waste your time. As you can see, young Master Jogol has quite a history with the Tong clan. We merely wish to pay a visit as old friends to see what colossal leaps he has made under the tutelage of Mount Hua. And amicable to catch up for old time's sake. Surely you would not deny us that. Go ahead. The self-assured smirk of a man who believes his authority rivals that of the Emperor himself. Seems the rumors are true that the Sequan Tongs rule over Chengdu with a nigh royal sense of entitlement. A haphazard attempt to shrug off this confrontation may only result in harm for Jogol's family business. We may not have much of a choice. Senior brother! I believe this is my battle to fight. Let's go! Jogol about to wipe the floor. Gil, explain this to me. I cannot make head nor tail of their grievance. What in the blossoms is going on here? I reckon they have a gripe or two over our sect's rise of late. Our rise? The Tongs have a vested interest in making sure that powerful households in Chengdu do not leave their sphere of influence. No doubt they realize that allowing me to do as I please could encourage children of other families to train under renowned sects elsewhere. This is their way of humiliating me so that the others would not even dream of leaving Chengdu. What? How could such absurd nonsense stand unchallenged? As absurd as it sounds, this is just the way things are in Chengdu, senior brother. The same way that the Tong clan gained dominance over the entire region of Sequan. Involving Mount Hua's name in a trifling affair like this would only complicate things for our mission. Please, senior brother, I ought to handle this myself. I mean, you can. Or well, then, wait here for a moment, senior brother. Sounds as if you mean to test my junior brother in some manner. How exactly do you propose to do so? I'm surprised you see the need to ask. What other way is there for martial artists to test another's mettle? The clash of our arms ought to reveal more than words ever could. I see. Then your intentions are to challenge the second son of the Four Seas Trading Company and the third great disciple of Mount Hua, so that the outcome can be publicly proclaimed as a testament to Jogol's prowess. You like the new style of the thumbnail? Good, good. I'm trying to change it a bit. Hopefully that will help me gain more views, stuff like that. Get it out there. Do I still have the gist of the matter? As I said, I am acting on behalf of the Sequan Tong clan. Interference by outsiders will not be tolerated whatsoever. Indeed, needless to say, Far be it from Mount Hua to harbor any intentions of impeding the business of our esteemed household. Impeding you? I would never! You can fight him as much as you want. I'm just asking if you really want to die. What? I said, I do believe there is a certain dilemma at hand. A dilemma. As much as I would hate to stand in your path, I fear I must take qualms with my junior brother being tested by the present company. Oh, and what qualms might these be? You're just not worthy. You're just not worthy, dude. You're not even on his level. You're not even close to his level. Well, I simply find you all unworthy. Yes. I freaking knew he would do it. You're just not worthy of fighting us. You're just an ant to Gil, you know? What? In fact, it's bold of you to even entertain the notion of testing him out to this level. I think I ought to repay your boldness in kind. Come, I shall put your own prowess to this trial first. Should you prove my doubts correct, then you will not lay a finger on my junior brother. This is now the business of Mount Hua. Your objections will be noted, but not tolerated. Brother Bakchia. Well, who's the troublemaker now, eh? Oh, damn, there's so many Bakchia and stuff. Really? 5 of them? Just wait till Sect later hears about this. With these clueless Mount Hua bumpkins collectively lost their wits altogether. There could be no worse insult against the name of the Tong clan. My, I see that news of Mount Hua's restored confidence was no exaggeration. It wasn't so long ago that a Mount Hua disciple would not have dared to bar the way for anyone named Tong. And I suppose you think yourself quite capable of bearing the consequences of your words, do you? Mount Hua does not stop to hem and haw over potential consequences when it comes to protecting its disciples. After all, what could be worth more than the very lives and honor of our Sect brothers and sisters? Perhaps the same cannot be said for the Sequan Tong clan. Now, as unlikely as it may be, even if this act of defiance leads to our Sect's downfall, there's not a soul on Mount Hua who would blame me for standing up for one of our own. This is the way of Mount Hua. Senior brother, I don't know about all that. I'd blame you for one. That's so dramatic. What are you running a play? Oh, Bakchia, wherefore art thou? Without those incessant jackals could keep their mouths shut for once and let me have this moment. This one moment. I just want a fucking moment, you assholes. Alright, just aside. Why is this your fight all of a sudden, huh? I'm merely saying, senior brother, like Brother Jogol said, this is his fight, not yours. I understand you have a flair for theatrics, but now that you've had your dashing moment, why not let Brother Jogol take the stage? Like, it's not worthy anyway. You know, so he can show off in front of his folks and like... Does he mistake this for some talent show to amuse the crowd? The Sequan Tong clan's expertise in poisons and hidden weapons present a challenge for even the most experienced of masters. A single minor mistake against their deadly art could easily yield a disastrous outcome. Dude, you don't get how powerful you become. You and Jogol would wipe the floor with this dude. What I feel like when they start fighting, he's just gonna seem slow. Like, damn, he's slow. Damn, you weak. The stakes are altogether too lethal to let a rookie to life or death struggles like Jogol take the fight alone. Are you sure that would be prudent, Changmyang? Being prudent is for rodents. They say tigers cast their cubs off a cliff to learn to fend for themselves. It's not off a cliff. There, that's some ancient wisdom from back in my day. Throw them off the cliff. I mean, most of them dies, but like some live. Maybe. Such is wisdom I gained from the sword crypt. To coddle our comrades and shield them from harm is no way to steal their resolve, nor is it always to their benefit. If I fight every battle in their stead for the sake of sparing them from peril, I would only be robbing them of experience and opportunity for growth. Let me ask you this, senior brother. Does Brother Jogol seem like a weakling to you? This is his fight to win. Take it from me, those cocky loudmouths are no match for him. Such stalwart faith in Jogol. Yet it seems I, in comparison, have been harboring some doubts about Jogol's ability. At least he'd better not lose. Would be a darn shame to have to beat him back into shape. Just as I was about to be moved by his words, he goes and ruins it all. Am I wrong, senior brother? Changmyung. Sure enough, this entire matter could be laid to rest in minutes if he chose to step up. That's the stuff. At what cost? I cannot possibly expect to cower in his shade in perpetuity as he clears the path of every obstacle with ease. There's no part of me that wishes to be a burden on his back. I would never have insisted on being a part of his mission to Yunnan if I thought otherwise. It may be delusional of me to think that I could become his equal overnight, but if I can lift some of the weight of his shoulders, then it's the least I can do to stand by his side as his sect brother. To win or to lose, the outcome is of little import. This is a quarrel between me and the Sequan Tong clan, and so it shall be resolved by my hands alone. That's all there is to it. Senior brother, I won't pretend I don't share your concerns, but this is an obstacle that I must overcome myself. Gil, are you certain you wish to do this? You said it yourself, senior brother. This is the way of Mount Hua. Then go. For Mount Hua. Then go, prove me wrong. Wait, what? Prove you what? Tired of hiding, are we? Something like that, since you seem so desperate for my attention. I'd be a poor host not to grant you proper welcome as guests in our family home. What? I just feel like Jogol or Gil won't have problems with this dude, like, at all. Such hubris. Those are deerskin gloves. Brandishing the Tong clan's trademark gloves is a warning, in no certain terms, that this is no friendly sparring bout, and that he'll be merciless in his use of poison. No, this is folly. That must be stopped. My son's very life is in danger. I say, Master Tong, let our words do the— Father! Gil, for you, this is a matter of business, but for Mount Hua, it's a matter of honor. Have faith, Father. I won't let either of you down. The Sequan Tong clan. Yeah, take that off. The very name was once the epitome of fear and dismay in my mind, an insurmountable barrier to my boyhood ambitions. From the moment I was born a son of a Chengdu merchant, their poisonous yoke hung over me like a kind of divine punishment. The spectre of its name haunts me no more. What did I learn amid the peaks of Mount Hua? Words cannot hope to do it justice. My blade will lend voice to all that I hold dear. We're getting somewhere. Brother, I hardly think it's necessary to let loose a tiger into cockfight. Allow me to take care of this. Oh, that's another. Besides, with the righteous Blossom Blade staying on the sidelines, it would not do to have you step up for a lesser opponent. Very well, but you will not show them an ounce of mercy. 11 1/4 from me, brother. There's that odd sense of hiding both hands inside his sleeves. A trademark form of the Tong clan that even an outsider with no first-hand acquaintance with the Sequan tongues would recognize by hearsay. One might mistake it for a benign stance without much of an imminent threat, given the lack of a weapon or offensive intent on display. None with knowledge of the Tong clan's art, however, would be foolish enough to let down their guard in the face of that opening stance. After all, those sleeves are certain to hide a plethora of lethal weapons and even deadlier intentions. I am Ho Tang of the Sequan Tong clan. Jogol, the sub of Mount Hua. That arrogant pillar's boy. Even his very gaze offends me to my core. He'll learn some respect once he loses an arm or two. It's gonna be slow. Yeah, we both look. Bull hair needles. Little does he know that in a split second, dozens of fine needles barely visible to the naked eye will turn him into pincushion. Dude, he can see them because of chi. This duel is over before it's even begun. Huh? You're right, this duel was over before it even begun. Oh. Huh? So, next. Next. Yeah. Yo, he is taking Chongmyung's line. Next. Huh. All it took was a single strike. Hotang is also son of the head of our clan, my brother in blood and in arms. He may not be the most skilled among us, but his prowess and the Tong clan's hidden weapons art should prevail over the vast majority of riffraff, and yet he was defeated in one fell swoop. His opponent attacked in a single arc with no pomp or flourish, unleashing fury in a lightning instant. Was my brother merely caught off guard? Hardly. No paltry excuse would do justice to what I just witnessed. What's more exploiting an opponent's momentary lapse of attention is a skill in itself. The Sequan Tong clan. Looming presence all throughout my childhood, to which I looked up with fear and awe, like an insurmountable wall or an inescapable fate. But here I am at last, having demolished that very wall with my own hands. Next. You beat one Tong and you suddenly think you're the divine swordsman, huh? And quit stealing my catchphrase. I freaking knew it was... Like, yeah. Quit stealing my catchphrase. Oh, I never took you for a showboat, Jogo. Next, my ass. Boo. Whatever you do, Juggle, don't look back. Don't let that heckling boor cramp your style. So none among you who will take his place. I just think I've given you time enough to decide. You insolent bastard. What on, brother? Step aside. What? You heard his drivel. Neither of my younger brothers is far beyond the other in skill. If luck had no part in Host's defeat, then it goes without saying that Hua will not fare any better. This is not your duel, it's fights. You will take brother Ho and stay back. Yes, brother. Pardon my younger brother's discourtesy. Unlike them, however, you'll find that I am no pushover. Consider yourself warned. He's not wrong. I can feel the degree of his prowess already. My body senses what my mind has barely had time to comprehend, tensing in primal anticipation. Unlike the 10 great sects, the 5 outer realm palaces are comprised of a small number of elites. To be the cream of the crop in their midst, he must be equal to a second grade disciple of Mount Hua at least, or perhaps even more powerful than that. Take Jinyon for instance. We'll probably take the blade dragon of Wudang himself to give Yantang an even match. Why do I feel like Jogol is also underestimating himself? Because he hasn't really gotten to fight that much. Or at least with normal people, after the panacea and after Chongmyung has beaten the shit out of him over and over and over again to get them to absorb it. In other words, I'm about to face an opponent that rivals the Blade Dragon, that once fought senior brother Bak Chion as an equal. My heart quickens from the nerves. Or rather, it positively pulses from the thrill. This is a true test of my improvement. The thought of measuring the fruits of my hard work has me champing at the bit. Camping. Not so fast, senior brother. What? No. I don't know why I keep wasting my time drilling this into your head when it's in through one ear and out through the other. But haven't I told you time and time again that any moron who's overly excited to charge into battle is always the first to die? What are you? Too rich to listen to penniless orphans like me? I mean, if you're so hellbent on your death wish, at least have the decency to take that crap someplace else and leave us out of it. Or are you truly so eager to embarrass our entire sect? He's right, I was a fool. I let my eagerness to test myself carry me away even as my foe stands before my very eyes. Focus. The essence of Mount Hua's martial arts is embodied by the intricate finesse at the tip of one's sword. Only by exercising total control over my sword can I demonstrate the true extent of his might. Uninhibited mastery of the blade. A mind of placid water. Heart of glacial ice. Be still and even colder. Here's hoping he won't need reminding one day. I can only imagine that Chongmyung could have ended this duel with even greater ease. And yet instead of treading the easy path, he chose to swallow his anxious heart and play the part of spectator once more. A bird who doesn't fly the nest can never hope to spread its wings. Likewise, if a child is kept away from the water for fear or of scuffing a knee or plunging into the deep, then they'll only know the same fear for the rest of their days, as though their spirit has already been drowned. True. A step forward is all it takes. I hope more people like the new thumbnail style. To encourage each fledgling step despite our fears and misgivings. That is a true measure of a worthy mentor. A valuable lesson indeed. I was under the impression that I at least was a better leader to my sect siblings than Changmyung. But it seems I have much to learn yet. Yes, I shall have faith in the brothers and sisters who stand with me, and every soul who calls Mount Hua home. Ours is a kinship forged in faith. I had to admit it, but his focus is remarkable. It's almost as though his mind has surpassed mere mental fortitude and transcended to some higher plane of cosmic emptiness. I cannot help but ask myself, am I capable of such singular intent? I think not. At least not yet. Even so, I understand that concentration is but one facet of martial prowess. It carries little meaning in the face of overwhelming might. Oh shit, that was close. He's fast. I barely had time to dodge the last throwing knife. And there are two more. Nah. You're not getting me with that. Weak ass throw. It's like so slow. This is so damn slow. Whoa, he bending that sword. Yo, did he use the sword to bounce? Yo, he bounced away from the knife. Like a lightning strike with no warning or wasted movements. It's a simple flying dagger technique infused with inner chi, but the lethal skill behind each blade is terrifying to behold. As if that weren't enough. He seems to know exactly which way I'll dodge and chase my every move with malice. Even if his blades weren't coated in poison at his speed and precision alone. A single knife that lands could prove instantly fatal. He's strong. There's no doubt about that. And yet, I don't feel inferior. Hold fast. Consider your sword an extension of your very arm. Make no mistake. So heavy. The intricacy and finesse of your blade is everything to the martial arts of Mount Hua. Only with uninhibited mastery of the blade can we let the blossoms flourish with each strike. Is he gonna show blossoms? So what if my opponent is a menace? So what if I face mortal danger? What does it matter? The plum blossoms of Mount Hua thrive in defiance, laughing in the face of tumultuous tempests and blistering blizzards alike. I thought he was gonna say, what? Who cares if he's a menace? I'm a menace as well. Come what may, we alone decide where the blossoms will scatter. Let the sweat I shed and the fruits of my labor bloom in bold resolve. Yo, he's doing it! He's doing it! He's doing it! And scatter in the wind like plum blossoms. 7 blossoms blade, plum blossom palisade. Bruh, he did it! My dude is showing plum blossoms. I made it! Huh. That's... Ah, shit. The 11 flying daggers technique. That's not good. I've only heard tell of it in the past. The Tong clan has a peculiar technique that uses 11 flying daggers, the last of which snatches the very life from its victim before they even have a chance to react. Slowly, ever so slowly, he glides warm at a glacial pace like some ghostly spectre in a dream. And yet, it comes, straight and true, an inevitable herald of deadly intent. It's over. Would be if Changmyung didn't come into my life. The fuck? That's blood. Did he cut him? Shit, that's poisoned. Isn't it? Yo, I'm sure he got cut. Plum blossoms. Huh? Yo, we're not supposed to kill him, you know? Plum blossoms. Yo, you didn't see the plum blossoms before? Plum blossoms. Did he like stab through at the side and not kill him? It does look like he stabbed through his throat though. I guess it's just at the side of his throat. Next. Actually, scratch that. I'm exhausted. Either way, I think I've ruined myself. Bruh, the petals. It's an awe. Defeat. A crushing defeat that allows no room for excuses. Jogo. Gil. I can hardly believe what I just witnessed. My precious boy Gil. He won. Of course, we always knew he possessed some talent with a sword. But I knew better than anyone that he was never much of a true prodigy, only a step or two above the rest. Cool fight, yeah. And yet, here he is. I love how they're like concentrating not just on the MC, but on the other characters as well. Standing tall on his own merit. Victorious against the notorious Yantang. Senior brother. Did you see that? I did it! I beat... Huh? Wait a minute. Why is everything spinning? He got cut, didn't he? Like he's poisoned. I think he's poisoned. Wasn't he poisoned? Did he get like hit a little bit with the blade? I saw blood when that dagger flew by, so that's possible, I guess. Senior brother, have I been bleeding this whole time? I can't keep my head straight. Quiet, rich kid. The blood, it won't stem. That should have been an easy dodge, slowpoke. Ah! That should have been an easy dodge, slowpoke. Ow! There. A half-inch deeper and we could have been feasting at your funeral in the morning. Have you no sense of decency? Cross your fingers right now! What? You're all thinking it. You're all thinking it. You started the story? Amused, are we? I am. Not even our victory against the Wudang disciples, nor having the legendary primordial panacea in our hands granted Jogo this much joy. Goes to show just how much of a shadow the Tong clan had cast in his mind. Now that he's overcome his greatest obstacle, the only way for him is up. Indeed, his innate aptitude for swordsmanship was always on par with the rest of us. But the journey ahead will be long. A sword alone cannot summon the plum blossoms to flourish. The one who wields it must also thrive and bloom. I pray that this is but the first of spring days that will coax Jogol to blossom. Young. Here, take a swig. There's nothing quite like a stiff drink to wash away the pain. Come, drink deep and be merry. Be merry? You dare mock me? No, but I mock the very notion that defeat is anything to be ashamed of. You accuse me of hubris? You take me for some petulant child? I'll have you know, my clan is full to the brim with elder brothers whose prowess surpassed mine. Right, no doubt you've known your share of elders and betters. What, then? But I'll wager you've never suffered defeat at the hands of a junior. And perhaps not even to a peer of your own age. As for those who are stronger than you, now, you were convinced that you'd surpass them one day. Am I wrong? After all, why not? It's no more grandiose a dream than those harbored by any other young rising star of the martial arts realm. Each and every one of them believes that as they continue to ascend, the dream of becoming the realm's greatest will be within reach someday. I know that dream well, for it was once mine too. Not that I can truly relate, since I've never actually lost to anyone. Changmyang, you goddamn. You menace. You asshole. I haven't lost to anyone. However, reality is often much harsher for the vast majority of rising stars. To them, defeat is a bitter medicine that forces them to make peace with their limits. How do you expect to grow without ever knowing the taste of defeat? That which does not kill us makes us stronger. Blah blah. In other words, an untested vessel knows nothing of what truly grants us strength. Now the choice is yours. Either you learn from this defeat to soar higher than you did before, or you let that heavy pride of yours weigh you down and plummet in an endless spiral. Hey. Ugh. Very well then. And you needn't look so crestfallen either. You might feel the sting of humiliation now, but the day will soon come when the entire realm knows there's no shame in losing to my sect brother. I certainly hope you speak true. Changmyang, you amazing. I always do. I hope you speak true. I always do. I never lie. Much. Will you allow me a parting curiosity? If we had clashed swords instead, exactly how far would I have been outmatched? Let's just say if you need to ask, you already know the answer. Yo, the freaking savage didn't even answer. He just like, hey, you know the answer to that. Having said that, who knows? The day you add another to those 11 flying daggers and make it a set of 12, I might have something to worry about. What do you know of the 12 daggers? And how? All I'm saying is keep devoting yourself. You may never quite reach my level, but at the very least I'd say you could be the greatest of your clan one day. You may never reach my level. Somebody please show the guest stats. Damn, the savagery is insane with Chung. What a sudden storm in the night. Do you suppose the Tong clan will take this lying down, brother? Would that? I have no freaking clue. If that is all, we shall take our leave. Is that poison? Am I to understand that our business here is done? Unfortunately, that I'm not at liberty to say. As I said, this is the Tong clan's business now. All that remains of my part in it is to deliver news of my defeat to Jogo. My family will decide what comes after that. The Sequan Tong clan has a reputation for leaving no debts unpaid. Jin Tong did not seem the type to hold a grudge, but I should think he has little say on behalf of his clan. I dare say the Tongs will seek to lay this matter to rest on their own terms, regardless of his wishes. Well, we have Changmyang. I'm not gonna help you. What? You gotta fly the nest. Remind you of anyone? Hey. Long time ago in the distant past. Oh, we're gonna see the old Tong. Indeed, in another lifetime, so to speak. My brother in Tao. Come on, brother Taoist. I thought I told you to leave some for me. You won't find anyone better than me at planting knives in the back of those wretched demon cultists, you know? I swear I never met a so-called Taoist like you in all my years, brother. Whatever happened to using your words before your swords? I love how Chongmyang is just helping people from the past, like, or not helping people from the past, but like helping the clans. It's the people he knew in the past. Brother Taoist. Brother. Although he is, like, he does have a lot of grudges, though. She didn't really mean. My clan. My family. My brothers and sisters. Please protect them. Forgive me. In the end, I never managed to fulfill your dying wish. That I watch over the Tong clan. Still, I hope you're pleased to see your legacy live on. The Deadly Dozen, the 12 flying dagger style. Your descendant only has use of 11 thus far, but it won't be long before they're sending 12 willow leaf daggers soaring from their palms. You know that Mount Hua will always have my heart. But you'll have naught to worry about from me. Even if your descendants act out like fools, I'll let it slide. Once! It's like once! Once I'll let it slide. Consider it a personal favor for an old comrade. But if they do a second time... Come, the liquor may... Come! The liquor may not taste as sweet as it once did. But it'll be made all the sweeter for the company it honors. Chongyang, you drunkard! Get up! Just how much have you had to drink? Leave me behind. Leave me be. My head's ringing. No wonder you lout. You basically drunk the whole city of Chengdu dry. What is that? At least 5 empty pitchers, I count. Come on, rise and shine. The president of the trading company wants us to join him for breakfast. This is no way to behave at your Sect brother's family home. Pathetic. Your hands are on fire. Are those cleansing chi flames in your palms? Using such a high level technique to burn off the liquor in your body. Have you no shame? Ah, my precious booze. Like, ah, my precious booze. Back in my day, I could have easily slept off a few cups of liquor without any need to burn it off in the morning. Back in your day. Exactly how old were you when you started drinking? Back in my day. Back in my day when I was 3. Ah. Never mind that. Our gracious host wants us for breakfast, does he? Let us not keep him waiting then. Like, how has no one even thought about it? Yeah, maybe Chongyang, like, older than he looks. Senior sister. Clean this up. Ah, yes, ma'am. Yes, me. Good day to you, young masters. Well, would you look at that? What's tickling you this morning? You look like you're either holding back a smile or a fart. Whichever it is, just keep it to yourself or let it out already. He's trying desperately to keep a straight face, but the corners of his mouth are dancing to a different tune. I swear, you could trap flies with that grin. He must be over the moon. Still, I don't blame him one bit. Being a Sequan Tong in the seat of their family home is no small victory for Jogo. In light of the rather eventful evening we had the night before. I was hoping to seek your counsel on how we might proceed from here on over a spot of breakfast, young master. Are you still intent on traveling to Yunnan for a start? We are, Mr. President. I see. For all our anxious thoughts of sending my boy to Yunnan, I had hoped to dissuade you all from taking him with you. But I must admit, his admirable performance in last night's duel led to a change of heart. After all, what would we have to fear when our Gil will be accompanied by those who raised him as such a fine young man? Looking at me. Mr. President, do you mean to say... Indeed. As it happens, the Four Seas Trading Company has maintained modest contact with Yunnan to this day, enough to dispatch a small-scale caravan without arousing suspicion. In fact, there is a caravan due to depart today, if you'd care to join it. And lastly, as one proud father, please take good care of our Gil. We cannot thank you enough, Mr. President. No, please, it's the least I can do. Besides, I ought to be thanking you for training my boy into such a worthy disciple. The caravan is due to embark in the afternoon, young master. I should think that'll allow you plenty of time to finish your meal and prepare for the road. I'm sure you all heard our generous host. We shall make ready as soon as we're finished eating. Understood. Yes, senior brother. Nope, I'm out. Very well, then we're all agreed. Huh? My sense for mood spoiling doesn't appear to be tingling. Say that again, Chongyang? I said I'm out. I'm not taking a single step toward you now. What? Oh, he wants to take down the pawns, doesn't he? In other words, you allowed these Mount Hua hicks to defeat you and came back empty-handed with your tail between your legs. In so many words. Like, if that's how you want to say it, sure. And it was neither the blessed dragon nor the righteous blossom blade who bested you, but the second son of the Four Seas Trading Company. Yes. Do you have any notion of what this means? And that they are impressive warriors? Huh? Patang, wise leader of the Sequan Tong clan. I know full well what it means. Oh, and yet your knee remains shamelessly unbent. You are a direct descendant of the Tong clan and the son of the head of our clan, no less. You have little understanding of what will happen once the word circulates around Chengdu that you were beaten by riffraff such as this Jogo. Is not riffraff. You'll be the laughingstock of Sequan, no doubt. Meanwhile, the more daring of our silent foes would begin to wonder whether the might of our household has begun to wane. I would encourage greater resistance to our clan's business, not to mention push others to align themselves with major factions outside of our territory. A tiny ripple on the water's surface can grow into tempestuous waves, John. You're better than some hot-headed lout with no regard for consequences. Of course I am, brother. Address me in my official capacity. Pardon me, wise leader. Well, how do you propose to make amends for this humiliation? Because of you, our clan's standing will plummet to the ground in the best case scenario. And at worst, our very hold over the entire region of Sequan may come undone. You know, he about to just like... Because it's not a humiliation. This is no simple matter to be waved away by forfeiting your life alone. I'm prepared to accept whatever punishment you see fit, wise leader. Is that so? You're prepared for punishment, you say? And that would mean you understand the true gravity of your callous mistake. Gunakta, leader of the Sequan Tong clan. I do, clan leader. And I believe you owe us an explanation for this ease and contentment in you. Then I believe you owe us an explanation for the ease and contentment in your face. Suffice to say, I learned a more valuable lesson than the mistake I made, clan leader. Which is, I realized that I have my own path to walk in this world, which is far wider than I had thought. There is no punishment that I would not gladly accept for the knowledge that the realm is abound in warriors far stronger than myself, and the motivation to hone my skills even further. Far stronger than yourself. Surely you do not speak of the merchant's boy. The very same, clan leader. I won't deny he got the better of me in our duel, but I'm confident the outcome will be different the next we meet. That said, I'm ashamed the same cannot be said for the others. The blessed dragon and the righteous blossom blade, you mean? Indeed. The righteous blossom blade alone is likely much stronger than Jogo. I could already tell as much from the way he addressed Jogo. The blessed dragon of Mount Hua, on the other hand, there isn't much that I can say. What do you mean? Precisely that. I could not fathom much about him at all. Not even his general prowess. In fact, more than anything, he seemed... No, pay me no mind, clown leader. Like, pay me no... What you mean? What did he see? He seemed like an elder. You see... Seemed like he could take you down. What? Nothing! I didn't say it! I'm afraid he's simply beyond my fathoming. John Tong. The son I knew was a vindictive soul, forever obsessed with victory. Without this fixation on becoming stronger, he would not have passed the deadly training of our clan, a regiment so ruthless that I myself gave up 3 times until I was a grown man. Jan endured treacherous trials with not a word of complaint, through grit and desire for power alone. Dang. Indeed, he may be the first and foremost among my sons in terms of his thirst for victory. And yet, how curious that he seems more perplexed by the blessed dragon than his crushing defeat. Clan leader, I believe we have heard quite enough. Jan must be punished, and I request to be sent to the Four Seas Trading Company instead. I shall take care of this matter in the blink of an eye. Pardon my impertinence. From your account, I gather you saw little in him that makes his prowess particularly unique among others. The blessed dragon, I mean. From your account, I gather you saw little in him that makes his prowess particular. I suppose one can say that, yes. Even so, it's clear that he is the one you're most wary of. Tell me, why is that? I'm well aware you place little stock in reputations forged by idle hearsay among martial artists. What is it that you sensed in him that told you more than his reputation could? He knew far more than I'd expected, clan leader. For one, the secret technique of the Sequan Tong clan. The 12th flying dagger. What? He knows of the 12 flying daggers style. No, impossible. That's preposterous. Several of our techniques, such as Tempest of Petals and Phantom Bane Venom, are certainly known to the world. Yet the 12 flying dagger style was once almost lost to our own clan, and barely endured as one of our deepest secrets. So how could an outsider possibly know of this hidden style? There is not a soul in the realm that could have knowledge of the 12th blade firsthand, unless he heard tell of it in some spurious fable. How would a mere child know to mention the 12 flying daggers? Yontang, you will describe your duel to me. Do not leave out a single detail. I didn't fight him. What? Why? Are you so eager to spoil the mission? What a sudden change of tune, you stubborn mule! I just don't feel like it. By the blossoms! Fine! Then you will stay behind while we make our way to Yunnan. Better yet, you ought to settle here and drink yourself to an early grave. Fine by me. If I may, brother. Do you think our business with the Tong clan is done? Not by far, I'd wager. I should think they'll be hot in our heels. All the more reason to proceed to Yunnan with every bit of haste. There's no telling what manner of trouble will find us if we continue to delay. Yo, they want to get done with that squabble first. And what of the Four Seas Trading Company? Yeah. If we leave, they're in trouble. Even used the Void Blast dagger, but to no avail. Indeed, your use of the 11th dagger was what prompted the Blessed Dragon to make mention of the 12th. This defies all common sense. If the child deduced the existence of the 12th dagger at a glance, then his understanding of martial arts may very well surpass my own. He may be a true prodigy, or perhaps something even rarer. Prepare to depart, clan leader. The reason why they saw fit to barge in during the dead of night is likely because it's important for the Tongs to degrade the Jogol's standing. Unfortunately for them, they failed in their attempt and suffered humiliation in return. One moment, sister. Are you suggesting Jogol's father wished to send us on our way with full knowledge of the impending backlash? Yes. Just so the Tongs will come whether we stay or not. I shall pay a visit myself to the Four Seas Trading Company. Dude, we just caught up with the series on webtoon. Dude, we've been reading way too long. Way too long. Did we just read for 4 hours? Subscribe if you haven't already. Like, subscribe. 4 hour stream, insane. Although I have done 7 hour and almost 8 hour stream before though. That was more insane. But yeah, like I said, subscribe, like the video. Don't forget to put all notifications on. If you don't, you will get not notified by YouTube. You might not even be notified by YouTube if you do. So also join Discord in the description. If you want more content, YouTube members, Patreon, lots of only stuff on there. Lots of only read-alongs, so many series that you won't be finding on normal YouTube channel. And yeah, see you guys next time. Bye bye.